Good evening. Tonight. Welcome to Variant Dungeon Stream with me, Kaitsuchaiji, where we will be doing all of the new Aloalo Island variant dungeon. All 12 paths. Presumably 12 paths. I'm pretty sure there's 12. There's usually 12. Usually being 2 out of 2. From start to finish. And, well, we're going to try and bring, 4 people. But once we have a group with 4 people, I'm going to try and stick with those until, like, someone has to go. I could imagine some people don't have time to stick around for all of it. But if you would like to join, like, kinda first come, first serve, right? So either let me know now that you want to come so that, like, if you already know that you want to join, or, alternatively, you can just, like, be where we unlock it, and then maybe I'll see there's, like, 20 people sitting there like, oh, finally you arrive. Mia says I'd love to join, but have to leave at 6-ish. Is that the next hour? Let's see what we have when we get there, right? Also, hey Bob, and hey Yisu, and hey Yimi, and hey Phil, and hey Aradel, who's also here. I hope you're all doing very well. Oh, someone threw money at me. Apparently. Yeah, so we will start by actually unlocking it. And we'll see how, how many people we have when we're ready to roll. Alright, Wolves Den Pierre music. You know the drill. Come on over. Katsu, in the mood for an odd job, are we? Your arrival is most fortuitous, for I received a request for your assistance but a moment ago. It was written by Pazasun, a Thavnarian alchemist, on behalf of an acquaintance of yours. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Matsuya. Rings familiar, I hope. Ah, yes, the fisherman. Good, good. Seems your fisher friend is in a spot of trouble, and this Pazasun believes you're the one to get him out of it. That is, of course, assuming you have room in your schedule. He doesn't want me to peddle his wares again, does he? I'd gladly help a friend in need, especially one to whom I'm indebted. Hey Kitsu, hope you're doing well. That's a yes then. Thank you, Kaitsu. While I myself am not familiar with the details of the request, Pazasun should be happy to explain everything. I believe he can be found in the great work. May the job prove free of hitches, hindrances, and headaches. Thank you, I guess. This is the great work. Oh. Oh. He's in the mountain. Oh, you must be Kaitsu. Have the gleaners sent you here? No, I just arrived by my own choice. Very good. You have no idea how relieved I am that you've come. As you may have guessed, I am Pazasun. I work as an alchemist here at the Great Work, and Matsuya is one of my oldest and dearest friends. His is a problem which has proven quite difficult to unravel. Nevertheless, he is loath to ask you for help. And so I took it upon myself to reach out to you without his knowledge, for both his sake and the sake of the little one fate has brought into our lives. Oh, right. He'll be along soon to sell his most recent catch, which should prove the perfect opportunity to convince him that we require your aid. We'll be sure to catch his attention if we wait outside. Follow me, Kaitsu. Hey Matthew, hope you're doing well. Have you only done one path? Hmm? Is that Katsu? Why, I didn't know you and Passasun were acquainted. It's a bird.
Master Marcia, who is this mighty hunter? Her arms are thick, mighty roots, unlike Passasun's limp seaweed limbs which shrivel in the sun. Quack.
I would have you know that I am an alchemist by trade. I work with my mind, not my body, and need I remind you, it was my knowledge which allowed me to nurse you back to health. Surely, a little respect isn't too much to ask. By the look on your face, I take it you understood Kalika's commentary. This is the little one I mentioned to you before. In spite of his forthright nature, Matsuya and I have become quite taken with him. I apologize for contacting Katsu without consulting you beforehand. I know you didn't want to burden her with these troubles, but I'm afraid I see no other recourse. Well, since you've come all this way, I suppose it would be foolish of me not to tell you everything. That is, of course, if you would like to hear it. Very well. Several days ago I found this tiny bird on the shore, breathing faintly and unconscious. Passasun and I took him in and watched over him day and night, unsure if he would ever awake. For a mercy, he did, and then, to our surprise, he spoke. Go to the Southern Isles. What isles are these, you may wonder? Kalika, would you explain?
Certainly, Master Matsuya. Your wish is my command.
Oh, cool.
The South Sea Isles, I believe your kind call them. Remote and mysterious, 'tis said. Quack. I hail from there. From one in the west by the name of Aloalo. It was home to a people thousands of years ago of whom now no trace remains, save for a grand shrine and the great statue of the speaker enshrined within. The statue was embedded with a glorious gemstone which bestowed vitality and beauty to the island. Nowhere else did nature thrive so. Long after the builders vanished, others would cross the sea to bask in this bounty.
Bounty?
However, a century ago, from the ocean deep roiling flames burst forth, forcing the residents of Aloalo to flee, and so the animals, who no longer had to fear the hunter's arrows, laid claim to the island's gifts. As Aloalo healed, ravenous beasts grew plentiful, and the rivers became choked with fish. They breed and feast unchecked, and not even the speaker's blessing can forestall the island's gradual descent into a barren waste.
Uh-oh.
As the speaker's servant, it fell to me to go forth and save my dear home, so I rode the waves upon a floating coconut in search of a mighty hunter.
Wow, impressive.
Although the ocean could have swallowed me whole at any moment, I looked to the horizon without fear. I had faith that the speaker would guide me true, and I was right. Master Matsuya is the very hunter who will save Aloalo.
Is he? You see now the source of my distress. The very thought of facing ravenous beasts makes my trunk shiver in fear. But you could be the hunter our little friend seeks, and sate your hunger for exploration besides. Admittedly, I did not ask, because I thought such a trifling task would be beneath you, but... You had me at Grand Shrine.
If you're as accomplished as Master Matsuya says, I would welcome you to Aloalo with open wings. There's one catch, however. Master Matsuya must come, you see. The speaker guided me into his embrace, and that is a sign I cannot ignore.
Bruh. Ugh. Ugh. I I've ever had a soft spot for small, defenseless creatures, and while I am no man of action, I possess knowledge of the South Seas which may put wind in your sails, as it were. Many of the fish native to the Isles are prized for their rare properties and would make a fine gift for any alchemist. Nidana would be most impressed if you were to brave unknown waters and bring her a few. A gift for Nidana? That's the spirit. Yes, I'll go. I'll go and find the plumpest fish I can find. As for you, Katsu, it seems I must burden you with my troubles after all. I know it's a lot to ask, but please, travel with me to Aloalo Island. You've got it.
Master Matsuya, you wear resolve well. Every moment I become more certain of your success. Now, let us depart before this swell of courage recedes. Aloalo is south from here as the albatross flies. You will know it by the unusually lush canopies.
No, Kalika, you must stay here. The wounds you suffered have yet to heal.
Rather presumptuous of you to command me thus, but you are right. I can scarcely lift my wings for the pain.
Fear not, your instructions were more than clear enough to guide Katsu and Matsuya to the Aloalo Island. Ah yes, go south to look for a luscious island. You'll find it. Since I can't accompany you, I'll see to the commissioning of a vessel for your voyage. Once you're ready to depart, let us rendezvous at Jetlibart. Do you have to do specifically the secret path to unlock the Criterion version, Matthew? Or was it just randomly that path that was done? Is that Team Rocket? What's going on here? I get that. If you're going to do just one path, might as well make it the secret one, right?
Did you hear that, Sazone? A deal bigger than you, just waiting for someone to sail to that island and give it a new home. Can't say I made out every little bit, Jijibe, but I got the salient points. Treasure in the South Sea Isles, ripe for the picking, eh? Plucking, eh? Seems you're onto something with this wild chocobo chase, Westburn. Rumors of wild riches rarely pay off this well.
Aye, but that lot might be after the same thing. We'd be in for some competition.
No need to get your small clothes in a twist over one fisherman and his hired help. These ears aren't just for show, you know. I heard them spill the exact location.
Yes, his hired hand, which is like the super god slayer hero of the universe.
This score smells bigger than the Milvan's Gate one. I wager we'll be richer than kings. Get your gear in order, you two. We're commandeering the first skiff we lay eyes on.
Onward to Jetlibart. Kita says, well, game just asked me if I'm ready to set out to misery. I mean... sure. That is a very good point, that if you were only going to do one path, and only one path, and might as well make it like the fanciest one. Oh, fella's here. There you are. Did you spy the commotion on your way here? It seems a trio of masked scoundrels absconded with one of the smaller ships. The Radiant host is attempting to track them down, but the sea is vast and the thieves long gone. Let us give thanks that they did not choose our vessel. Ah yes, Matsuya wanted me to tell you that he has returned to Archiali to wrap up some loose ends with his work while you make ready to depart. Now that you've arrived, I shall send word. Kalika and I may be staying behind, but that doesn't mean we can't make ourselves useful. We've given the skipper directions to Aloalo Island, and she is confident that she can deliver you there without issue. The rest depends on you, my friend. Do you want to come along, Phil? I do know that for these kinds of dungeons, there isn't necessarily a need for a healer, but would it be a good idea to have one? What I'm wondering. Now that is true, Kitsuneko. Misery debuff can just be comforted away. Right. Well, I'll certainly helping Spirit Dart and Raise myself, so that if it goes wrong, we at least have one more person that can do use the Raise. And then we'll basically just be going. I guess we'll just take it like one at a time. And the way that I've gone about it previously is that if we see something that looks clearly like there could be another path to discover here, then we will attempt to get either see if we can figure out if there is something weird about that specific path, that maybe we can find one of the off-track ones as we do the obvious ones. Like usually there's 5, 6, maybe even 7 or 8 of the paths that are just choose one. It's left or right, A or B, and that decides your solution. And it's beneficial if we can spend those to fail the weirder ones, but it wouldn't be the first every time the secret path has been something extremely obtuse. So if we reach the point where there's only the secret path left, I would probably start to ask, for example, the chat if we can get some hints and stuff. Not the answer, but a hint, so that we possibly can get it done without just looking up the solution. But if that's what it takes, right? Have you soft-locked yourself in Siren Song C, Kitsu? And thank you. Thank you for congratulating me on the 11k subs. I still haven't made anything major on the 10k, but I'll get there. Don't you worry. Right. This and this. 3 secret paths definitely needs looking at the notes. Well, well, this looks nice. You thought Dawn Trail was actually a new expansion. It's actually just here. Oh, whoops. Right, there's 3 paths. I mean, we can start by going this way. Just the one that he said. I'll just try to take some notes on where we went as we go. If we notice something, I'll try to take some notes so that we're not completely lost. I guess we're going into combat now. These don't look hostile at all, do they? Oh no, more enemies. I think it's quite funny how they have this thing in variant dungeons where you where the mobs kind of have to like stand there and then be engaged kind of by the NPC itself. Just a random detail. Very nice music. More enemies. I'm guessing that there's a possibility that there's a choice coming up. Either that, or the first. Well, there's already a boss fight. I feel like, well, maybe not on the left. Oh, it's those. Is that a Lalafell? But Kalika said that the people of this island had fled long ago. What are you summoning? That is an interesting summon. Weirdly fitting for the area, huh? Circle AoEs? Yes, circle AoEs. Those are probably donut AoEs then. How big are the donuts? Knockback and knockback and knockback. And Violet Storm is a cone AoE. Ads? Oh dear. That was an interesting variation on that kind of like spreading AoE. As far as I remember, it's usually just like one line that spreads. So that there, like, that forces you to walk through it somehow. Nice. No deaths. Very nice. Let's see, no choices made so far. More treasure. Phil says, I got something for once. Did you get something good? Oof. Oh, a cushion. Nice. And an Aloalo fairy cushion. I mean, if we're this consistent with mechanics that there's like not something particularly threatening, then we probably might we might not. Oh, there's a choice here. There's a choice happening here. But then we might not necessarily need to bring like a healer, for example, and then we might be able to go like a little faster. I think it's the water. I can sense it. I'll choose the first option. Actually, let's choose the second option. I want to be nice to Matsuya. Oh, someone chose for me. I need to know what we picked. It's fine, Umia. Just tell me what you chose. Write what you chose. Alright. It's fine. I just like I don't really mind that much which way we're going. I just need to keep track of it so that we can actually do it. I'm guessing that that maybe the right path opens naturally somehow if we stay in fish. Yeah, exactly, Kitsa. Left and push forward. Yeah, I don't have to be the one choosing. I just need to keep track of what we're choosing so that we don't like end up choosing the same thing repeatedly over the course of the stream. I also, like, to be fair, I did say let's choose the first option, and then just as Ymir chose it, I was like, no, you know what, actually. So that's on me. That is a good point. Let me just write that down. Does it matter whether we actually make sure that the Lalafell survives? Are we already at the end? Is the boss a flying fish? Yes. Ketuduke. Either Ketuduke or Ketuduke. Link's Awakening, yeah. it's Link's Awakening, Kyogre, Bismarck 2 all at once. They merged. Tidal Roll. I'm guessing that's a raid wide. Yes. Does it lead to... It blocks off the edge of the arena, so there's probably some sort of knockback. Blobs. They cover the entire arena. There's 4 of them. So we need to know which ones... Oh, I thought it was going to be Bomberman AoE lines. Given the shape and the exact positions, I just kind of assumed it would be Bomberman lines. Is that Bomberman lines? A wide berth. How wide? Well, not Bomberman lines, but close enough. On its wide side, it does a line AoE. What? So that's like double? No? Yeah, we should keep an eye on that, Matze. You're very right about that. Knock. Oh, are they also getting pushed? Oh, only the one in the bubble. Interesting. Fair enough. Yeah, that I guess that makes sense. I guess. That was an interesting graphic. This arena has a different name in variant. Do you mean in Criterion, Matthew? Because this is variant. Oh. Oh, so he's helping us in this fight, or what? Ow. There's a lot of stuff here. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I'm stuck here. Oh, we're supposed to step into the bubbles, I guess. Kind of. Yeah, that's true, Ariel. The Aloalo came back, so it mattered. That is true. So if we don't help him, that will be a change to this fight, at the very least. Those were a bunch of circle AoEs, as I recall. Oh boy, so which way are you pushing them? That way. Oh, there's also line AoE. I'll choose here. Oh. Chase AoEs all of a sudden. Alright. Oh, from both sides. Oh, I got the card. It's that easy. It's that easy, folks. Just go in and get it, Lamau. So from that, it seems like... So I'm going to guess that that we will... Maybe... Was the Lalafell here or here? I'm pretty sure the Lalafell was here. So if we go the right path, we won't meet him. So I'm going to guess that it means that there's two paths, like two options to the left path based on whether we save him or not. But the right path like leans back to the main path again, so there's only so much. Fonedana, I'll fish, but just with one hand. No one animated me a two-handed fishing pose. Right, well I think that was really well. Oh, I have to deliver the quest first. Nice. Well, I'll finish this quest and then we'll do like more paths. Welcome back, Katsu. Your journey to the island has left you none the worse for where I am pleased to see. While I cannot wait to hear the full account, I'm sure you wish to take your ease after such a trying expedition. Natsuya has gone ahead to find a place we can sit and converse in peace. Let us go to him. Teleport. Now that we're all comfortable, pray tell us of your experiences on Aloalo. There was danger and death around every corner, though that rather grim aspect was mitigated somewhat by the incredible beauty. The waters surrounding the isle were teeming with fish. My peers might find this bounty tempting, but the number of wrecks on Aloalo's shores made plain the great risk inherent in pursuing it.
The shallows are not so different from those of Thavnir. Like our courageous skipper, I am sure your friends would be better suited than most to brave Aloalo's waters.
It was a journey full of twists, turns, and fish besides, the most important part. I'm glad I was compelled to embark upon it with Kaitsu, but gladder still to be home.
Ah, but I trust you understand this was but the first of many, yes? A single hunt will not suffice to keep Aloalo's many predators in check. Do not forget its waters are teeming with fish rare and remarkable, all of which would make fine gifts for your dear Nidana, so please, you must promise me that this expedition will not be your last.
Yes, of course, but I wouldn't dare brave Aloalo alone. Katsu, I hate to impose upon you further, but I would be most grateful to have your resolute company again, for Kalika and Nidana both. Oh, thank you. With luck, your appetite for adventure will be sated. I know mine own will be 1,000 times over. I only hope other treasure hunters haven't caught wind of the island's many curiosities. Those ruffians we faced and the wooden beast they set upon us were complications I'd rather not contend with again.
People in Aloalo? How odd, to say nothing of this wooden beast. To command such constructs requires an intimate knowledge of arcanima. Perhaps these thieves you encountered were a step above common riffraff. Perhaps they lurked in shadow as I spoke carelessly of Aloalo's secrets.
Oh, you don't think? No chance. The stolen ship from before. I'll report this to the Radiant Host, just in case Kalika's hunch is correct. Thank you, Pazasul.
Whoever they are, we must see them in chains before they defile my home again. Oh, if only my wings were healed, I would give them a buffeting they would not soon forget.
Yes. Yes, you will give them a buffeting. Are you magical? No. Enough talk of adventure. My fish won't sell themselves. Time for money making. Thank you, Katsu, for everything, especially for keeping Matsuya safe. For my part, I must write down your tale before it fades from my memory. Who knows, my records may prove useful when next you visit Aloalo Island. I take it you'll be returning to Old Charlian soon. When you do, please give Shallow Moor my regards.
They only gave me a hopping turn animation.
Oh. Speedrunner strat. Skip the cast time by taking someone else's teleport. It's big brain time. She returns. I trust this means Pazazun and Matsuya's troubles have been resolved to their satisfaction. The South Sea Isles. Ah, would that I could have been there to walk amidst such verdant beauty. I dare say I'm green with envy. Your Akasadado friend sounds like he made for fine company too. To brave mysterious wilds in search of fish for your beloved. The stakes turned out to be far higher than I realized. In any event, while any obligation to Matsuya has arguably been met, I encourage you to aid him in his quest for new and exciting fish. Who knows what dazzling specimens are yet waiting to be discovered in the waters of Aloalo Island. Oh, and if you can spare a moment for Osman, he will doubtless be eager to hear all about your experience as well. Cheers to an odd job well done. And if I remember correctly, Osman is the one that gives you the Criterion version. Also, I just want to point out the quest is named Stranger from Paradise, not to be confused with the Stranger of Paradise, but that's a good game. Oh, that is very cheap. Well, I'm saving up for the emote first, so, you know. Don't need the wings yet, I need my emote. Chaos, exactly. We're here to kill chaos. Right, so basically we would go again. I just need to make sure, is everyone able to go one more time? Ardell is in the middle of the unlock cutscene. I will unlock that on Sunday when we're actually going. Right then, let's see. We have the second solution. Right, so if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure you can change jobs in the middle of a variant dungeon anyway, so. Kitsu says I lost my fishing rod. Oh no. Right, I'm thinking just do whatever path Matsuya says. Unless he says left again. I would like to, like, explore each of the 3 paths to begin. In that case, let's go middle. I just don't, like, I'd like to see each path once first. Before we, like, get really fancy about it. But usually the NPC has been, like, random enough that that's not a problem. But this time Matsuya is so random that he's like, I really like left, so... Which is understandable. He wanted the beach view. Many AoEs, handle it. Is this different music or is it the same music? Stun. On the left path, I believe there was 3 mobs before we engaged like a battle, or like a boss battle, I think. I'm pretty sure. Well, the boss battle is up there. If I remember correctly, isn't that one of the bosses in, like, the Void Ark Alliance Raid series? Also, that is a really weird AoE angle. Huh. Yeah, indeed. Oh, poison. I have a thought. Because it all became poison when the big mob died. So I'm like, maybe if we kill the, like, next time if we kill the big plant, like specifically single target the big one down first, does that change anything? I don't know if it will. Bell says, I think I stepped on some poison flowers that exploded. That's also a possibility that there's something on the floor. Let me just write that down as well. She's also a summoner. Wow. She summons the same thing, also. Incredible. Nade magic is a raid wide. And those are not donut AoEs, those are circle AoEs. And those are donuts. Yum, donuts. Arcane armaments. That sounds like a new one. Nope. Not really. Uh-oh. I didn't see which order they spawned in. I just saw the first one. And Violet Storm is of course the cone AoE. Spears. So line AoEs? I guess. No? I'm guessing this is the middle path unique mechanic. Or maybe it's based on that poisoned water before. Cone AoE. Nade magic is a raid wide. And the spears again. I guess. I actually have a pretty good feeling that we don't even have to deal with this mechanic very much. Oh. Furniture. A sagely sparrow statue. Good. Yoink. I'm taking that. Oh, there's a path choice here. Oh, there's this weird arcane circle on the ground. Yes. Yes. Yes! Matsuya just kinda ignores it, so I'm guessing we have to do something with the mobs. Like, what if we put them, like, next time, what if we put the mobs on here? Like, I just, like, move them over so that we're all hanging out here. Maybe that does something? I've taken note of that. Mm. Just going to put a pin in that, but I wonder, like, that guy could, like, what if we, like, if it doesn't work to put the mobs in the last pack on that arcane circle thing, maybe if we put the big rock man on it, like just try and put everything on it, is what I'm suggesting. What if we just tank mobs on things? I'm sure that'll work. It's the best strat in the world. Just tank mobs on things. Stand on arcane circle and let it resolve, as they say, right? It's quite wild, these packs in this path. Like, there's one mob that just has, like, the same amount of HP as the rest of the pack combined. We didn't really... Sorry. We didn't really get many choices here. I feel like we missed something. I'm guessing there's something with the poisoned water, and I'm guessing there is something with that arcane circle. And if there's something that matters with both of them... There's one we missed. Was the Lalafell there? Usually we get more chest loot at the end of the boss. I didn't even realize it was named Lala. I was just too focused on everything else. I mean, with the amount of time I spent earlier just not moving, it wouldn't have surprised me if the Lalafell had been there and I just, like, he just died while we weren't, like, moving. That's why I was thinking that that's what you meant. Hmm. He's going to turn. Imagine remembering to use your spirit dart, am I right? Wouldn't that be... Oh. I'm going to guess it's this. Huh. That is a cool callback. And a little bit too many things I wanted to use all at once, so that messed up my GCD a little bit there. He's going to turn. He's going to turn. Hey, Beamy! Thank you. I hope you're also having a good day. What? Oh, like that. Okay. Wasn't entirely sure if that was what he meant. Uh-oh, that's a variant, to say the least. I'm guessing they're going to turn when they get down to those markers. Oh man, oh man, oh man. This is when it gets real confusing, right? Okay, I understood that one. Excellent. Hey Tip, hope you're doing well. I also really like this boss. It's very interesting. I feel like it really built on the mechanic that we saw in Thalea. There's just too much stuff coming out. And now, my dear DPS, you have learned why it isn't always a good idea if it's only one person who has a raise aside of the healer. Although I don't know which one you should you might not need. Aside, like, amongst the tank and the healing button. Oh well. Wait, number cruncher. Oh right. Because this boss. Oh. Is this a guaranteed drop? What, like, do they always drop the cards? That's 2 for 2. What's happening here? Is it guaranteed? I'm of course kidding about the raise spell thing. It's just always easy to be like Captain Hindsight, right? Like, oh, guess you should have brought raise when we had like 5 deaths. When the previous bosses we've had basically none. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, the thing is, if you get hit by the mechanic because you didn't get it yet, then you will eventually die, right? And there's not much you can do about that. If you don't know the mechanic, you die. If you get hit by it too many times, and then it doesn't matter whether you're a tank main or DPS main or a healer main, you will eventually get overwhelmed by the mechanic. So it's not necessarily about whether you're bad at healing or what it is. It's just this is how it went, and that's just how it goes. Alright, Ymir says they have to go, so if we have one free spot, if there's anyone in the chat that wants to come along, while you figure that out, we are on Louisoix Chaos, and I will be right back, and then we'll just do more. There is a spot date. But I would like to... Oh, apparently my group is dead. Well then, I need to know what your character name is to invite you. Was that you? Excellent. So basically, we just I'm going to be tanking. That kind of fixes the entire, oh, how do we deal with that problem? Aside from that, I don't know if we need a healer on every run. It kind of seems to be a good idea to have a healer on the boss we just did, just as an example. So there you go. There's not really any big requirements. It's mostly that if you have a good group composition, then things go a little faster. That's pretty much it. We did it with friends as a Dark Knight and 2 Summoners. I mean, you can do it with just a Dark Knight. So there's like no massive requirements as to what you need to bring. It's just what you feel. But the more optimized your group is, the faster it goes. Case in point, that if you bring like Ardell says, can you explain how you understand the spin mechanic? So Lala casts a mechanic, and he shows somewhere that there's like an arrow that like points from the bottom and then like 90 degrees around a circle, so it'll like be how's a good way to show that? So he has like him what's a good color? Let's go with that one. Like he's like a circle appears, and then he'll like make like a dashed line up, like, oops, like this, up here, like to indicate that it goes 90 degrees. And you can also do it that way. And that just means if he's using the AoE where like where he's like covering all of this, and he shows this, then it means that he's actually hitting this area instead, because he's turning 90 degrees. If he's putting the open circle on you, so like it's like this, and he's standing here, and he's showing this, then it means that you have to turn such that the open part is facing this way, so that when it turns 90 degrees, it turns over here, so that it's like the open part is pointing at him. And he can turn you either way. The reason why I'm so focused on this particular angle is because like most of the fight, it was that path. Like it was clockwise. That's the mechanic. And that's like his weird mechanic. I feel like that was like the whole gimmick of that fight was, there's these mechanics, they're relatively simple, but they turn 90 degrees. When he put the forced march on you, he also turned you 90 degrees. But the thing is, all of them is he turns the mechanic 90 degrees. He doesn't touch you, he turns the mechanic 90 degrees. Which is like a key thing to keep in mind. That was what messed me up when he did the open circle thing on me the first time, where he turned it, was specifically, I wasn't sure if he was going to turn me or turn the circle, or how I was supposed to deal with it. So that really messed me up. And back in we go. Right, so we're going right this time. Now you want to go middle. Well, Matt said that too late for that. We're going this way. That way? Really? Well, if you believe it's the best. I do. They're big. It's the thick boys. The chonkers themselves. Well, now we're doing really, really crazy damage. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Aradil. That is an interesting model. Yet despite that, I can absolutely see what model they've just like reskinned. You see it too, right? That's like a pinkish marble. A pinkish marble. Interactable statues. What can you do with the statues? Oh, you can fix them? How many are there? Are there just the 2? Do we know how many statues there are? I wonder if there's a bandicoot running here. Whoa! What I was wondering about was if there was more statues later that we could fix, that we needed to pay attention to. Oh, I'm the 3rd bad guy. Now I'll summon the same boss. No way. Everyone was left in shock. Made magic. They call it a circle AoE. A circle AoE. And then a donut. And then a donut. Uh-oh. Oh, right. This is the same as in the first area. It'd be a shame if there was a warrior in the group. Oh, right, the cone AoE. Hey, Angel, I hope you're doing well. Arcane Pursuit. Is that the... Oh, this is a new mechanic. Is there one chasing each of us? Huh? Oh. I guess because we fixed them? That is very interesting. I like that mechanic. It's very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Some more made magic. And dead. Oh. Hello. I'll choose the first option. Are we even on the same island? I don't know, but the music is the same, Matsuya, so... Take that, I guess. There she is again. It's right over there. Uh... Just imagine one of those options take you to Aurum Vale Savage and you can't leave until you win. Now that would be interesting. And the way they make Aurum Vale Savage is that they specifically just make like one giant first room, and all of the mobs are too strong to beat, even in a 1v, like in a, oh, even if you fought them one at a time. So you have to sneak through. I hope you remember which ones are blind. Hey Steve, hope you're doing well. This music is great. And else says, I wonder if there's an order in which to kill them. Yeah, I wonder. Like, whenever there's a pack with a whole bunch of different mobs, that's what I... Wait a minute. What's this? Hmm. Guns. There's something absolutely ridiculous about a fairy with, like, a gun. One thing a fairy doesn't need. It's just perfectly, absolutely ludicrous. Ow. And that was a surprise, and then not. Surprise balloon. Bong. I have a question, Statis. Is there a reason why you brought a gun? Only to hit me with it? Four, 5, 6. Hmm. One, 2, 3. Oh. Right. She only shoots the area she actually manages to load. Maybe it was a gunbreaker before she became a fairy. Oh yeah, maybe that's the one. Wow, those are some weird telegraphs. Arrow 4? A whoopee cushion. Isn't that what she stopped us with right at the start? Do we need these? Someone had an extremely good day at work, I'm sure. What? I don't know what that means. Oh, we can hurt it. Movement speed up. Ah. Fun. Did we get it right? I don't quite understand what we did with that mechanic. Did we, like, do we hit it to move it around? Or what's happening? Because I'm certainly a little bit confused on that one. Oh, 1, 3. 1 and 3. Or just, I guess you're dead now. Well, knocked out then. What a ridiculous boss. We have 2, 5, and 9. Exactly, Steve. As I said, someone had a really good day at work. Angel says, at the end of the day, this variant is just fishing and nothing else matters. Can we fish? Oh. No, we can't. No fishing. No fishing allowed. Right, so... looking over the solutions that we have so far... on the left path, we know for certain that Matsuya, we can choose to, like, let him hang for a bit. And I'm guessing that leads to the right path. Then we also had the consideration that what happens if we don't help the Lalafell. So there's 2 things to explore there. On the middle path, we had this whole thing with the poisoned waters. Is there something we can do there? And then we had the arcane circle. Maybe that lets us go right. And in the right path, we fixed the statues. Presumably not fixing them leads to something else. And then we also chose to follow Statis. So if we can choose to not, we can choose to choose the second option there. So one thing's for certain is that on the left path and the right path we have like an obvious solution. But then I don't know how many solutions we've missed on the way, because I can't remember if the Lalafell was explicitly on the left path or whether it was where the paths meet again. Yeah, the general idea is that we would like to get like a path solved per go. So if we're completely blank, then it would be better to get a hint somewhere before we go, especially because it appears that some of them might be like time sensitive in a way. We could start with going left again. I keep opening the regular duty finder. Oh right, I could afford the emote. Oh well. Maybe next time. Well, Matsuya, your mistake was you wanted us to go left twice at the start. Very true, Angel. Fish can be both weather and time sensitive, which is extra fun when they're both. I believe the left path was the one where we basically observed nothing that we could do until the first boss. I don't know if it's because there's actually nothing. Oh, it's weather specific. But does it actually lead to different solutions, or is it just that this path as we go, like things are slightly different? Just the first boss. Okay. Well. I feel like that was the same in Mount Rockon, that if there was a weather-specific thing, it was not something that actually led to a different solution. The leaking pipe in Sildid is one you can control yourself, I believe. You can just choose whether you fix it or not, if I remember correctly. But if I remember correctly, the reason why it's very easy to miss that is because it doesn't seem very clear that it's something you can choose to not do. Arcane armaments. Oh. I guess I had a little misunderstanding with when knockback immunity works on Holmgang. Alright, this mechanic. Violet Storm is the frontal cone. Yeah, of the 3 like final bosses in this, I think the second one, Lala, is certainly like the most mechanically intense of the 3. Whereas Stratease is just like absolutely bonkers, just silly weird, in a good way. But I do think that Lala is the one that is the most like mechanically challenging of the 3. Right, so last we went this way, we chose to push on ahead. This time we will choose to give Matsuya the time he needs. Matsuya, Matsuya. Oh. And then time passed. Oh, wow, he really wanted to fish for a bit. Ah, interesting. He's leveling up his fishing. He's actually already working on that Dawn Trail leveling on his fishing. Oh, there's a patch of sand and a mound of rock. I guess this is something that matters. Let's do the rock first. You obtain a southern worm. Oh. That's he is very good at fishing. We're over here using old rods fishing magic carps, and he's here fishing straight up Gyarados. Just right out of the water. He's just that good. I guess the Lalafell died then. Oops. We spent the whole day fishing, so sorry. Hmm. I can sense it. A great catch is just ahead. Yes, a flying fish. So that means we've discovered 4 paths that exist on the left. And we are doing number 2 among them. I can tell you why, Angel. You were just bored. It's something to do. The line AoE crystals. The line AoE crystals. Be careful for the line AoEs. How about some more crystals? I should have used Nascent Flash there instead, I think. And then a donut? Yes. Then a donut. A roar. About some more fish. Huh? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, we were not supposed to do that. Right. Okay, so if the fish itself becomes bubbled, you don't go in the bubble. If it does go in the bubble, then you like if it becomes bubbled, you stay down. Otherwise, you go. Ow. I believe this was the mechanic we just barely didn't see resolved before. Nice. Another card. Right then. So we already know that there's 4 very obvious solutions on the left path. So we could just like smash those out so that those are done. Because we can't really test the other sides while doing the left path anyway. Yeah, we have we have choosing the patch of sand instead as one option. Then we have keeping the Lala. Well, we have keeping not the Lala alive, because that was specifically what was the one that we did. We saved him. So the next time we go that way, we should just not help him. So I'm thinking like we get that done. We found a fish. You got a fish. A big old tasty fish. Yeah, then I think we'll do left path twice so that we get them done. Oh, Phil is hopping out. Well, that means we have a free spot if there's anyone that wants to join up with us now. We can also continue as 3 if that's how many people we have. But yeah, if there's anyone watching that wants to come along, we are on Luiswa Chaos, and then we can continue. Well, don't stumble over each other to get a space. I guess we'll go as 3 next then. There you go. It shouldn't make a huge difference. As far as I know, it scales with the number of players in your group somewhat, to the point that if your group is overgeared, it'll go a lot faster. But like, it shouldn't like make a huge a huge dent on the time it takes. Unless, of course, it turns out that Phil was like hyper-carrying all of us. In which case, this might take a lot longer now. I think it was About the same speed. It's probably fine. Get real interesting when we get to the bosses, I guess. I love the part where just before all of the mobs become targetable, they all take like a big step to the side. So that they're absolutely certain that you might have trouble hitting all of them right at the start. And just perfectly timed that they like take a large step to the side, like a second before they become targetable. It's been very consistent about that as well. If I remember correctly, it's been consistent that there's been 4 solutions down each path. So one of the paths houses the secret solution that has like the 4th secret final boss. So given that the left path just has served 3 solutions up on a silver platter for us, we can pretty much assume that it's not here. Imagine remembering to use Spirit Dart now that I've taken it. Just imagining someone sitting there with like a timer, just keeping track of how long I haven't actually been using Spirit Dart while just having it ready. Now that would be something. Konewi. It's extra silly because there's no cooldown on it. The only reason that you wouldn't like just spam it is just because you don't have to. Konewi. And there it is again. I wonder if we get to see... Oh yeah, this is this mechanic we usually saw resolved before, so we're certainly not behind on time. Very nice. I remember when I did the the first variant dungeon, it felt like when you were alone, the bosses took an eternity to do. But in a group, they felt like they ended a little early. I'm going to go for the left path, and then we just let the Lalafell die, I guess. Hi, Nikolai. You're right. But it's an elephant, man. Don't you see? That dude is built like some of the truck drivers at my work. He's a fisherman. I think you'd like him, Nikolai. Right. I'm assuming that all we have to do is not, like, jump into and help him. If he thinks that's a good fishing spot, then he's not a good fisherman. Oh well, fair enough. We should probably help him, yes. Don't feel like it. Not really feeling it. This is a weirdly mean option. Oh, fair enough, he doesn't die. At the very least. But that was that's really mean. Hey, Designs. Yes, this is a new variant dungeon. We're just working our way through the different solutions. A monster. Well, it's not my fault that there is an achievement to be had. It's like doing like the genocide run in Undertale. If they didn't want me to be mean, they shouldn't have added the evil option, although I would probably have a much harder time doing a genocide run in Undertale. Hydro Cannon. That's a Pokemon move. I mean, Angel, the thing is that whether you can do it or not in that case is probably more so about whether you would feel too bad about the you know, the computer characters, or if you can disconnect yourself from that. Also, oh, 2 treasures again. Oink and yoink. Oh boy, my favorite. You get something, Erdo. Being mean to Lalafell is profitable. I mean, this is not professional advice. Yeah, we're not professionals on that. Correct. Very true. Wow. I can't remember if we've gotten 2 treasures at the end every time here, but if it does award you an extra treasure for being mean to the Lalafell, that's brutal in a way. Wow. Something that I would like to add is almost every time I've been in the variant dungeons, I've either myself thought or heard people say, man, that spirit dart really makes me think I wish healers and tanks had an additional dot to manage. So I heard it again here. And I kind of agree. I feel like spirit dart is like not very interesting in that way, that it could have been done a lot better if they were to add like an actual integrated part of your toolkit as that. But I do think that tanks and healers could use a little something extra. It goes 2 steps over, if I remember correctly. Clipped Lalafell profits. Perfect. Thank you. Right, this is followed by a circle AoE. Yeah, after this one, we'll do left one last time to find the 4th solution here, and then we won't see much more of this flying fish anymore. Wait. They're missing in one corner. Oh. Oh. That wasn't so bad. I feel like we won on this transaction, honestly, if it meant extra treasure. Bubble net. Bubble net. Blop. Oh, right, my spirit dart. Until Sunday, that's true. And we'll see flying fish again. Another card! Any traders? Okay, so the first solution, basically what it sounds like is the intended solution is that you leave him. That's kind of harsh. Okay, I got an extra minion. That's very nice. I mean, you could sell it. I imagine it would be quite valuable right about now. But if you'd rather not, then I don't have it. Oh, thank you. Science says yet to do any of these dungeons. Well, they're kind of fun. They're not like... the variant version is like kinda like it's enjoyable. It's not like extremely challenging, it seems. There's a lot of good G-pose pops. Oh yeah, that is a good point. A very good point. And then we also have the emote. I repeatedly forgot to actually go and grab it. Excellent. We're still 3, Phil, so if you want to join up again, you can. Look, there's 2 angels. But yeah, they're fun dungeons. I think, and that like they don't really overstay their welcome. Because for the most part, if you get a solution each time, you will only see each boss like... Well, the second boss in each run, you'll see like 3 or 4 times. The boss that might overstay its welcome really fast is the first boss. Because it's like almost exactly the same boss every single time. Like that one gets a little old. Right, so we go left again. We let Matsuya like hang out for as long as he wants, and then we choose the patch of sand instead. And that should... No, Matsuya, we're going this way. You lost your chance, you know, when you said left twice first. But that would mean that we've smashed out all... I'm pretty sure all of the solutions on the left path, unless there's some super secret thing. Yeah, that reminds me, just a random fun fact. When you do the Criterion version of the dungeon, which is the like harder difficulty version, that is like more more specific, you could say. If you bring more like supportive jobs in your group composition, you know, jobs with raid buffs notably, then it actually gives you a damage buff to like even out the potential loss you have from bringing a job that relies on buffing a full raid party. So if you've ever wondered why bringing like raid buffing jobs in like dungeons tends to lead to a slightly slower dungeon run, that would be one of the reasons. Also, apparently we've got the alternate. We have the raid now. That's nice. Then we don't miss out on seeing this version. Yeah, that is basically the developers themselves going, yeah, we know, we are aware that bringing raid buffing jobs in a 4-man group is kind of a disadvantage. It's not a huge one, but it does matter. Electric lizards. I think the best, like one of the biggest selling points of the variant dungeons is that it can be done as any number between 1 and 4 players. And it's not like it's harder. I would say it's a lot harder to do alone because you don't have friends to rescue if you die. But it still means that you don't need to bring friends to do it. You don't have to. And you can also just choose to do it alone if you think it's more fun that way. When I did it originally, the first variant dungeon, I remember I went in once or twice solo, and I was like, this is taking a lot of time. And then I rang up Zip and brought him because he was available. Hey Ymir, we are 4 right now. You can see when we get out of the group if there's if everyone's staying or what we're doing. Oh, so that's weather specific, huh? Interesting. Very interesting. We're still just hanging out in Charlian in between runs. We're exactly where you left us, pretty much. Since that's where the vendor is. Oh, another different mechanic because it's oh boy. Oh boy. That's incredibly slow moving. Wow. Could you imagine if some of the solutions was like weather-based, so sometimes you just couldn't get a new solution because the weather was wrong? Man, that would be annoying. Loot. Right, so just to reiterate, we're letting Matsuya fish to his heart's content, and then we grab the patch of sand. Oh, now it stopped raining. Jill says, wasn't there a route in the first variant that you could only get if you went the same direction as Nanamo at the start? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I'm pretty sure that wasn't a thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure what you're thinking of there, Felcleave, is that it's like one of those things that people thought would be a solution. Like it would be so evil if it was a solution, that it's like, not only does she have to choose specifically going right, but she had, like, you need her to choose that specific path to even be offered it. Like, that would be so evil. I do remember when I was working on the first, on the Isildian one, that we did notice that there, I do believe that there was something with like the outside where sometimes the path would be different, but it didn't actually matter because the part where there was a choice you could make was after where it was different, if the weather was different or something like that. A little bit like here. And it's just different mobs and a different boss mechanic, but it didn't actually matter. Okay, it says, I think only Mount Rockon had an interactable thing before boss 1 that affected the final outcome. Well, that tells me that the totems, in which path was it, only presumably only affects the mechanic on the first boss, because the totems are just before the first boss. But I do remember messing around with that a lot, because you don't know until you know, right? You don't know if something you do matters until you know for certain that it doesn't. And the only true way to prove it is by getting all of the solutions going. Well, that never mattered. Variant fishing. I think it's a shame that we can't even switch to fishing here. We're not even allowed to fish with Matsuya. A great catch is just ahead. That's one of those banner ads, isn't it? A great catch is just ahead. Oh, look, only one treasure. I suppose Lalafell stonks is a thing. That's ridiculous. Oh, right. My spirit dart. More spirit dart. I think it's a very interesting mechanic, this. It's just that, well, now we've seen it a bunch of times. I'm wondering how different it looks in the Criterion version. Oh, two of them. Ah, they have this thing where they do a lot, like a side AoE, so to speak. So that's important. One of them is lifted. I'm guessing this? Nope, I completely got it wrong. Obviously, we didn't want to go with it. I'm the idiot. Follow me, everyone, to failing the mechanic. Let's get hit by the telegraph. That's smart. I suppose this is also a good time as any to say, did you know that when the targeting reticle, the circle there, is closed, it means that you automatically succeed all positionals? That means all of the mobs in these in these variant dungeons don't require you to do positionals, right? Partly because you don't even know if you have a tank in your group. Right, let's see. Indeed, that was solution 3. I wonder if we should go middle or right and explore that some more. Let's see. I'm guessing that the statues on the right side doesn't matter for the end result. And if that's true, maybe the poison stuff in the middle path doesn't matter either. If that's true, then the only thing we have to work with is that we can tell Statis the alternate solution we can choose. And then we have that weird arcane circle in the middle path that we weren't entirely sure what was used for. And that sounds like a lot to work with, but that would mean that we would be down to that we would get 8 of the 12 solutions from just that, from figuring out the arcane circle and then figuring out the and then choosing the other solution on Statis. I'm going to go out and say that the option on Statis would be the pivot. I don't know if her name is even Statis, but that's how I read it. Could be Statise. But I think that would be the one we go next. Either way, I will be right back, and then we will continue. Alright, I'm back. Angel says, was on light for Savage and ended up joining Ukop Party Finder again. Time to wipe to nail once again. Oh boy. Good luck with that. I see Mia's here as well. Well, as I said at the start of the stream, I'll make a light party and then we'll go until someone doesn't want to go anymore. That was the rule. So as long as we have everyone in the group that wants to go, then we will stick with these 4. So yeah, like, if you want to, you can of course, you can run other things. There's probably a good chance that there'll be a little bit of a warning if there's suddenly a spot or something. But yeah, sorry. I think it's the most fair way to do it, especially when with this type of content where you want to do like multiple goes at once, right? Speaking of solutions, when we followed Stratees, okay, we'll hop out after this run, fair enough. When we followed Stratees, she was like, oh, the treasure's this way, and then we stepped on one of those like farting balloons, right? I didn't see an alternative path, but what if we just walked like leftwards into the wall instead? Like, I know that sounds ridiculous, but maybe it would work. Like, that's just like a random thought, but I don't even know if that would like be anything. We want it up there if we take the obvious path. Also, a spot we might have been able to jump over them entirely. I wonder if that would change the final outcome, but I suppose it could. Either way, I'm thinking we take a go where... Well, I would think let's do a go where we don't fix the statues just to see. I'm 99.9% certain that they don't change the final outcome, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go in there, tell Stratees that we don't want to play with her. And we don't like the second option, and see where that leads us. That is presumably a separate solution. And then my plan is when we run out of solutions that we know, that's when we start to have to like either really think about it and see if we can come up with something that seems like a clear path forward, or we will need to get a hint. Either from someone in the chat or someone will have to look something up. I am in the Discord where they share those things. Like, I can literally just open Discord and see, oh, that's the solution. But that's no fun. So we're going to see how far we can get without being told the solution. Marzia. Yeah, we will choose to not take the... We will say second option to Stratees, and I would like to see what happens if we don't touch the totems. Just to see. I'm pretty sure this was the path with the totems, right? Yeah, they're up there. And I certainly think I really like this dungeon. That's for certain. I think the left path's fish boss, like, its mechanic is very interesting. I feel like the two other paths kind of overshadow it with how ridiculous their mechanics are in comparison, but it has a very interesting gimmick. And then there's also possibly the part that I think the other two bosses are more interesting because we've done them once each, whereas we've done the big fish 4 times. So maybe Statis's memes will start grading on me when I've seen them a bunch of times. It's a very chongy marble. You know, Kitsu, that's actually a pretty funny thing there, is that I don't remember if I have it turned off right now. Well, I should turn it off. There's, like, I usually don't play with, like, the tell notification noise on, because when I'm streaming, if I get that notification noise, it's like one step removed from, like, saying something to activate people's their what's the word? Their Amazon thing. Like, people really get like, whoa! Because they think it's their game doing the tell notification. So I just turn it off when I remember. But I think to turn off the duty sound, you would need to, like, turn off, like, the general system sounds or something like that. I'd rather not do that. I kind of need that one when I'm playing, so that I'm not reading chat while the timer is ticking down or something like that. Arcane armaments. Into the middle, and then a Lacone way. And then the tank remembered to use spirit darts again. Uh-oh. I think they're angry. Haha! The trick I learned in Fell Court of Troya. Just look between them. Oh. A wall lamp. Excellent. Right, so option 2 on Strategies. Imagine hitting a sub 40k Phantom Rush. That's less than my my primal rents. How did you manage that? I'm not interested in your secrets. Just a moment. Oh, there's more. I'm going to say... I don't know if I can. I'll continue to say no, just to see. This path looks awfully path-like, doesn't it? Weird. Strange. This path sure is made of path. I'm going to guess that if you don't, like, if you give in and say yes to her, then it just like circles back to as if you said yes anyway. So I don't think she, like, because otherwise she just offered us like 4 paths. That's unlikely. Well, that looks ominous. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Is this a choice to be made? Phil says, do you want an actual answer to that? I mean, you saying that, I would guess that the answer is yes, so I'd rather you tell me whether this is an important decision. Yes, please. It is not an important decision. So that means if I open one of these, it doesn't make a difference. Reese says it is an important decision. Well then. Awesome. Right. So this is a really, really weird, like, set. I'm going to guess that there was some information that we could get elsewhere that says some sort of order to this. Not sure what it would be, though. Maybe we don't even have the information yet. Like, that is also a possibility. Whatever we do, I have made sure to, like, make a system to keep track of which ones we took. I don't have any particular suggestions. So if there's anyone else that wants to guess on this, I'd love to hear your input. Just don't, if you start clicking the treasures, just don't go too fast, so that I have a chance to actually write down what you chose. I can also just choose something, I guess. Ardell says, can we entirely skip opening them? We have to open one. Reese goes ahead to show that we can in fact skip them. Interesting. Oh, Aridel, you didn't do anything wrong. I don't think anyone did anything wrong. I think Phil just made the assumption that we had to open one, and then they happened to know that no, absolutely not. We don't have to. But that means that we have a lot more to work with now, because that means we. Wait, is there something special here? There's some. But now we have the choice to not to open a chest, and then there's also the choice. Maybe there's a specific one that is the correct one. No need to apologize, anyone, not at all. We're just here to have fun, and yeah, I just want to say I appreciate like having people in the group so that we have an idea of what we can and cannot do. He doesn't say anything. Those grates, do they matter? It's just so specific. There's like these totems, and then there's a grate in front of each one. I'll try and step on one. Doesn't do anything. I know yeah, exactly. There is indeed a lever. I'm wondering if there's anything else we can do in this room. This looks like just shot in the dark. Maybe you have to stand on a grate and do an emote or something like that. It's just a guess. Exactly, it looks like there might be something with a secret path here. A lot more specific than that. It's really weird. Well, fair enough. Bird. Hey, Granison. Hope you're doing well. Well, as long as we have something to work with, then we can like go a little aggressively forward, I suppose. We have 6 solutions to work for, so we can say like put a pin in this and say we'll come back to this. So far, like now I'm feeling a lot more confident because we have the we still have this thing with the middle path that we don't know quite what to do with the arcane circle. And then we have picking a chest, and then there's a possibility that we need to pick a specific chest, I guess. And if that's true, then we have like, well, we have at least 2 solutions to work with. We should keep an eye out for turtle, whale, and bird thing clues. Indeed. The first thing I thought of was that we have an emote called Ritual Prayer. An emote we got several emotes from a beast tribe here. And I don't know about this, but I'm just saying that at least 2 of these could refer to beast tribe emotes, just as a random example. But it could be something completely different. Exactly, Ardell. The Kojin gave us Ritual Prayer. And the The Vanu gave us at least one, like multiple dances, right? Exactly, the sun drop dance. It says that would be devious to make players complete tribal quests for variant. I mean, yeah, it would, but it would be very funny. It would be incredibly funny. And I don't feel like it would be that mean because you just need one person in your group to have it. Either way, it was just like thinking out loud, right? Yeah, let's try and see if we can if we notice these statues or something that references them throughout our runs. Now the problem is we are not going down the left path anymore, so it wouldn't surprise me if we get nothing for the whale after that. That is true, Phil, but I'm just saying that you could just bring a friend who has the emotes. Exactly, Gratizin. Sun drop dance. Ah yes, Matsuya sounds very surprised. Ah yes, a lever to open a door. I really like the music in this dungeon. Is there a huge delay? Oops. I wasn't looking. Was there something? Maybe asks how many have we gotten down, so I'm pretty sure the delay shouldn't be that bad. It was just Gratizin that you said Sundrop Dance as I was about saying it. Did we skip the cushions? Oh yeah, the cushions were there! Huh. That also leaves that there's something here. There. That we didn't get to see. I'm hoping that generally there's only like a few seconds of delay on the stream. So there's a possibility if I don't read your comment specifically that it's just that I haven't gotten to it yet. Not necessarily that there's a massive delay. I hope not, at least. According to what I can see in my stream preview, there's like only a few seconds of delay. But it wouldn't be the first time that something weird happens and the delay becomes massive. Three to 4 seconds, yeah, that sounds about right. I think on a really good day, it's like 2 seconds. Like on a really good day. Well. Ah, right. The trap. Beamy said, how many routes have you gotten down so far? We have gotten 6 of them. We've gotten all of the solutions on the left, and then like kind of like the obvious solution in the middle and the obvious solution on this path. Three, four. so fun that I'll do it again. Yay, I love shooting with my gun. 4, 6, 4, 6. Alright, Gradison, thank you for checking in. I hope you enjoy your runs yourself, if you're also working on it. Present box. Uh-oh. No! Don't come near me! Dartboard. Oh, right. Oh, when you attack it, it gets pushed around. Interesting. Right. So I'm guessing that the red, blue, and yellow ones are different bad things, and then the green one is a good thing that we got last time because someone was a genius. What do we win? Ah, yes, movement speed up. Feels nice. Pinwheel. You know, movement speed up would be a lot more helpful if we didn't get it in a time period where there's no mechanics whatsoever. 1, 6. Boonk. Hey, another card. That was 10. Yeah, the thing is, Phil, if let's say there is a I haven't seen what else happens there, but if, for example, that the 3 other things that this dartboard can do is bad, then the thing is, getting a movement speed buff isn't bad. It's just kind of pointless when there isn't a boss mechanic to use it for. But if the alternative is getting an actual boss mechanic, then I'd rather have the movement speed bonus, right? Reese says, is there a trick to the positioning of the dart on the board? It seems like when you hit it with damage, it gets pushed away from you, from what I could tell. So you have to like direct it towards the green option. In that way. I'm guessing that the 3 other colors are bad. It bounces back towards the center. Oh, so if you just like shoot it generally towards, then we're good. Interesting. Ted, did you have to go? Or was it Phil? Or was it... I believe one of you said that you would hop out after this one. Oh, okay. In that case, I will... Well, assuming Ymir wants to come along more. Thank you for joining. Very much appreciated. Is Ymir here? Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ted. Hi, Vyak. Hope you're doing well. Did we lose him here? Hmm. 5 minutes. I suppose we could. Good to have you. I'm also doing well. We're about we're over halfway. We have 5 solutions left, and well, on my list I have 3 things we can try. So the first thing we have is we don't skip the treasures on the right path. And then there was something with the grates. I guess we came to the conclusion that it has something to do with the secret solution. And then I'm guessing that we have 3 solutions in the middle path, because that's usually how it works. That there's 4 solutions down each path. But the only idea I have is the only idea I have for the middle one is that we saw this weird arcane circle on the ground, and we couldn't really do anything with it. Maybe there's something in the in these. There's just so much text. It's a little difficult for me to do that, to read all this while I'm streaming, I feel like. So what should we try next? Should we try and grab a treasure? So we say no to Statis, and then we grab a random treasure. Just to see what happens. I'll make sure to jot down what treasure we get. So that we keep track of that if that happens to be important. I'll try and read through. My archivist job is leveled. Awesome. If it helps you to, if you can do it as you follow us along throughout the dungeon, then it's fine if you're not participating as much in combat while you're doing that. We can also just take time to do it as we go. I don't know what works best. Ymir says, what paths do you have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 9, 10. So I don't know how much overlap there is there. Hey Ryan, I hope you're doing well. Right, we can start with going right and then saying no to Statis repeatedly. And then we grab a treasure. It's important to note down which one we pick, just in case it matters for later. So please don't just jump at it when you see 6 treasures in front of you all at once. For Ymir, who I don't know if you saw us deal with that. But it turns out that you can skip the treasures entirely Huh? Oh yeah, that's the bird statue. Nicely spotted. I don't know what we can do with that, but it's technically there. Yeah, so my telegraphed attack is not lob. It's what? You heard me? Oh. Oh yeah, that's the whale, you're right. I wonder if this means something. Maybe an order. That's true. That could be. If it's like first, bird, then whale. Oh, the turtle is up there. I wonder if, again, I don't know what, like, how we choose the order, if there is a choice at all. Personally, I felt like the mechanic was easier when we didn't fix the totems. Like, the glare mechanic I felt was easier to work with. Yeah, Del says, I think I found the solution. What, already? Huh. Well, maybe we take a moment to talk about that after this boss. So you don't, like, just in case you sort of, like, you maybe, so that we don't wait too long. Need to read more? Fair enough. Well, I would rather we give that a moment to think. So that we have, like, because right now we have, like, an alternative solution that we can use if it doesn't work. So I'd rather we give you a chance if you feel like you're onto something. So that means after this boss, we just wait. Just wait a little bit. Don't move forward so that Ardell has a chance to see. Konewi. Watch 80% of WoW players play that mechanic. Really, Nikolai? You think so? The dashes or the cone AoE? Surely I'm part of the 20%. Well, the only way you could know for certain, Nikolai, is if you play Final Fantasy XIV and get to level 90 and unlock this boss and then see if you can get it right first try. Totally not a massive time investment for so little, isn't it? Oh. It's fine, Emir. Right, we'll just wait here a little bit. There's the personal spoils you can of course take. Just notice that they're onto something. There's nothing wrong with, like, failing a mechanic. It happens. In the record of the end we just did, 10. Paragraph 2 onwards, there's talk of a rite with a turtle. Matsu's description called to mind Thavnair's Perusa, and Kalika confirmed that it was indeed a sacred site for the people of Aloalo. It contained a ritual chamber where figures of the gods awaited to dispense their blessings, among them that of a sea turtle. As a fisher, Matsuya is bonded to the sea, and Kalika suggested that he perform the proper rites before the turtle upon his next voyage. For Matsuya's sake, I shall record the instructions here. First, standing before the turtle, one must chant, "O wayfarer of land and sea, hear me." Then the supplicant must journey around the Isle of Gods twice. Each time passing the sparrow, then the whale, before returning to the turtle. Bow before the wise traveler to earn its blessing. The wise traveler? Is that the turtle again? Figures of the divinities could also be found throughout the ruins of old settlements, and I wonder whether their arrangement held special meaning. Regardless, it is plain that religion was of great importance to the people of Aloalo, much like it is to the Hanesh. So, let's see, you say, "O wayfarer of land and sea, hear me," and then you run around the circuit, passing the bird and then the whale twice. And so that means counterclockwise twice. And then bow before the wise traveler. I guess that's the turtle. So say the line, run around the circuit twice counterclockwise, and then bow before the turtle. I'm guessing while standing in the little circle. Does that make any sense, or are we completely off track with that? Thank you, Matthew. We need the 3 to understand the chant, I imagine. But we have ending 3. We have ending 3. The whale we encountered was as colorful as Stavnarian weed, but as vicious as a Kumbira. Legends abound in the South Sea Isles of whales which soar through the skies, and Shockmaw may be but one of these majestic creatures. There are 3 notes about the rite. We're missing one. Read a bit later in 3. According to Kalika, another flying whale known as Ketuduke was worshipped by Aloalo's people as a messenger of the gods, and the countless figures carved in his image are an expression of their devotion. It is therefore within the realm of possibility that the creature which attacked Matsuya and Katsu was in truth this Ketuduke. When faced with this revelation, Matsuya wrung his hands and wondered if he had brought ill fortune upon them for angering a divine messenger. Kalika reassured him that any potential calamities could be averted by making the proper obeisance, and he instructed me to write down the ritual for posterity. First, one must trek to where the 3 Calvin deities of Aloalo await their subjects, and there, stand before the whale and chant. Oh, messenger from beyond the horizon, hear me. Next, they must twice circumnavigate this Isle of Gods, first passing before the sparrow and then the turtle. Then retracing there's the steps of their journey in the opposite direction. So, twice clockwise, stop at the whale. Then twice counterclockwise. And then the faithful must perform a dance. I'm guessing slash dance. Just general slash dance. Thus ending the ritual and securing Ketuduke's blessing. I'm guessing that we just have to do all 3 in like any order. But we are missing something here, so I guess we can't do the last one. It makes sense that we would get the last information in the middle path, but we don't have this. So what we're doing now then is we say no to Statis, so we get the treasure path and do that. Because now we're here. And then I guess we will go and mess around a bit with the middle path to see if we can find that solution, so that we have, you know, more information. I'll do the negotiation here. But nice, now we know where we're going for. Like, if we didn't find this information, then we would have, like, done right path multiple times more. And then we'd just kind of been stuck, or we would have to look it up. But I feel like we already have a lot. I think something that would be very helpful to check before we actually attempt this solution is to look up whether the order we do them in matters, because it would really suck to have to go all the way out and re-enter because we got the order wrong or something. Right, so here are all the treasures. Let's see. Order doesn't matter there. Okay, the order doesn't matter there. Must suppress the urge. I was thinking just grabbing the middle treasure. If it doesn't, if it's all the same, then I would just grab the middle treasure. I don't even know if there's anything about these treasures. Like, commonly in these variant dungeons, there's going to be a solution for choosing something like this wrong, and a completely separate solution for not choosing at all. So this is probably, like, even if we get it wrong, like, one of the solutions is just choose a treasure. My best guess on those statues are important is that there's something with a middle path, because I don't know what it would be here. Phil says we only have one more ending on this route other than the secret one, so there's not much there's not multiple solutions here. That is true. If we assume that the secret solution is here, which it is, we already have 2 solutions on this path. That does sound promising. In that case, Ymir, if you want, go ahead and take the middle treasure. I've already written down that we're taking it. Now's not the time for materia melding. It's time for treasure opening. Uh-oh. Oh, it appears it didn't matter. These are some really, really weak mimics. I'm not surprised that they were mimics all along. I'm more surprised that they all became mimics all along. Right, so what we're missing is information on the bird. You could try that right now just to see if you have it right. Oh yeah, that is true. Huh? It didn't blink the second time. Was it only once? Or was it twice? Yep, that seems to track, doesn't it? It's once in each direction. Oh, in that case... In that case, it means that it isn't super strict. Which is good. So we have 2 of them. Those are correct. And yeah, I agree with that. I feel like it's a really good thing for a puzzle to have that. If everything in the puzzle dungeon is important, if everything is important, then you just go, oh, there's a thing here, let's figure out what it is. Oh, there's a thing here, let's figure out what it is, and so on and so forth. So by making red herrings, as you said, it makes it more interesting. Well, it seems like we're just missing the information on the bird, so we can't finish this. We just have to go to the boss room, right? But this does look right. Ariel? I agree, Ardell. I also remember that in the last variant dungeon, the secret path had a bunch of information that was written in notes. The reason why we didn't end up reading much on the notes was because in the last variant dungeon we did on stream, Aradil had already done it by the time we got to the secret path, so they just gave us like the rundown of where we needed to look. And I'm pretty sure the secret path in the first variant dungeon was also like it was multiple pieces of information that we had to combine in the same way. I know. I didn't mean it like you just handed us the solution, Ardell. It was more to say that the reason why we didn't end up spending very much time looking through notes was because we had someone who knew exactly where it was. But that is reassuring. Now, weirdly, I'm a lot more concerned about what we do about the middle path because I'm not sure what we can do there. Ymia is watching the cutscene, just wait. There's the poison thing in the circle. Yeah, so the poison thing is before the first boss, which is why I'm guessing that it might not be something that matters. I'm guessing, I don't know. But the arcane circle thing is the thing that I'm most focused on. The thing is that if there's 3 solutions that we're missing from the middle path, then I have no idea how that what we do for the rest. Ymia says, how does boss work? It's fun. It's a fairy with a gun. It doesn't get better than that. Are you ready to go? Hey James, thank you so much. Hope you're having a good. I hope you've had a good time with the trap again. I'm never gonna learn, am I? I hope you're having a. I hope you've had a good time with the Aloalo Island as well. I've just ran face first into the trap every single time. Oop. I think it's quite funny that she just smacks you with the gun. One. 4. 1, 4. So the trick to this boss, for anyone that doesn't know that particular thing, that is like one of the weirder ones, is that some of the bullets knock on her head instead of the gun. 3, 5. And the ones that land on her head don't count. Well, James, you take your time. You have all the time in the world to get all of the paths done. So as long as you have fun with it, that's ultimately the thing that matters. I just like to get them done. Like, first of all, I think that it's a great, it's a fun thing to do that we can enjoy together on stream. And the best way I feel like that works is by, we do them all at once. So that we have, the collective experience of all of it. And I also just prefer to sit down with something like this and just get it done. Don't pick the wrong one. One of them shook. One of them is shaking. Are we supposed to... One of them is not moving. Cool. And that is very true, James. I prefer to do them with friends if I can. Don't kill the homing pattern. Don't kill it. It's an important boss mechanic. I think we landed on red. So the green bit equals no boss mechanic. Instead, they just give us a pointless speed boost. Three. 3-6. Oh yeah, and a full heal for some reason, that's true. Oh. Oh, a bird! A bird! I usually don't get the minions here. I have a minion now. Which solution was that? 11? Bird, bird, bird. Bird is the word. Isn't that the mountain? Oh yeah, the ferry. Yes. I like to think that this is what happens to Scholar Fairies from people that stop playing Scholar. They just go, guess I'm a machinist now. And then they grow really big. Celine out for revenge. Honestly, I feel like Statis looks very similar to the pixie from the evil pixie from the Pixie Tribe storyline. Oh. Exactly, Anlad. Erdel says the 11th solution implies that the big Matsia, the big fish Matsia fishes was a cursed Lalafell that fell in the ocean. Isn't Anla, like, dark colored as well? I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, she is white. Look, it's Anlad. For some reason, I pictured Anlad like in dark colors. Right, so what we're missing is the 3 middle solutions and the secret one. Well, we're missing presumably 3 middle solutions. I'm not sure what things we have to work, like what other things we can mess with aside from that arcane circle. I didn't see anything else. Let me see. Like on my notes, I've written down, does the kill order matter on the plant pack and the water, or maybe there's something else on the floor. And then there's the path split where we couldn't go right, but it looks like there's something with an arcane circle. And Matsuya doesn't even pay it any mind, it just moves on. So my suggestion would be that we have to move a specific mob onto the circle. Is that right? Does that sound right? Phil says there are 2 behind the arcane circle and another we missed when we don't do it. So what is it we missed? What is it we missed? Because that's the thing. If there's 2 solutions behind the arcane circle, that solves that. But I have no idea what it is that we missed otherwise. Like, no clue. There's another indicator on the floor close to the arcane circle. Oh. Question. Is the thing that goes on the arcane circle in the pack in the room with the arcane circle? Like, is it one of the mobs in the room? Or do we have, like... It is, okay. There's another indicator on the floor close to the arcane circle. An order. Oh boy. Phil, do you know which pack this order thing is about? Because the thing is, it would, like, I don't mind taking my time. Oh, by the way, that outfit looks familiar. Very nice. I don't mind taking the time to figure out what it is. It is the one with the arcane circle. So we have to do more than just put a mob on the circle? If you run along the edges of the arena with trash, you will surely find it. Well, we can go into the middle path and go there. If we know that the 3 paths have nothing to do with the poison water, then at the very least, we can get to the, like, to just before the pack with the arcane circle. So that we, like, are ready to test something. So we also have to figure out which one of those middle solutions are the one with the secret. Not that there's any rush to do that. Fel says, even if we fail the Arcane Circle, there's still another ending. Well, the thing is, I have no idea what we're supposed to do to get that other ending. According to, I believe, both Te and Phil, the solution that has nothing to do with the Arcane Circle has nothing to do with the poison water. I'm relatively confident that that would mean that the only thing the poison water is it affects where the like what happens in the boss room, like in the first boss. The access, would you consider doing the Criterion version with the community? I'm going to do it with a pre-made party on Sunday. The part of the reason why I do it like that is because, well, that's just the way I've decided to do it. I don't know if I can, like, if I would be able to do it with the community, like, just at large. So that's why I've decided to do it with a pre-made. I also want to see how hard it is for myself before I would even consider promising something like that, Yak. Yeah, no promises, but I'll keep it in mind. It could be something fun to do. There are these flowers on the floor. So I'm guessing that if you step on one of them, it makes the floor poison. So if you just step up on an island for, like, real quick here, so that we don't risk that, then we might be able to explore that possibility. There are lines on the floor. There are flowers on the floor. Oh, that was really, really close, Phil. Play connect the dots with the flowers to get a line on the floor. Aha. We figured out the thing. It could be something with a certain amount of flowers. But yet it would be more about like making a group for hard content with with basically open seas, right? Is basically what we're talking in the case of what Viech suggested. It's the primary reason why I don't know for certain if I would do that is because typically when I do that, like for instance, we've gone into, oh, there's the Kone. into a Golbez Extreme and we didn't succeed. So if I were to do something like that, it would primarily be a case of either I can't fill the group otherwise, or it's because I genuinely believe that we can do it like quite cleanly, regardless of like who's coming, so that we can like help people get clears and stuff like that. That is, uh-oh. That was insane. Right, so don't just run ahead, or at least be careful, so that we have a chance to look. All of it should be easy in January when everyone has their 665 relic weapon. It should, but we don't know if everyone has that. You have to remember, Viek, that when I bring 3 friends, or 3 specific players or whatever, then I know what they bring. Like, I know what they have and don't have. I have kind of an idea of how they play, potentially. If I say anyone can join, then it both means anyone that I know in the community. It would also mean that maybe someone that is watching the stream for the first time wants to have a go. And they might, like, unless I make like a strict rule that, oh, you need to have minimum this, they could have anything, right? So that's why it's a little different. That's why when I do hard content, I typically like set stricter limitations. That's the reason. Because even if you could have full 660 and a 665 weapon by January, which you could, even as a casual, the only thing you'd be missing is a ring. That is a hard, like that is a strict requirement to set, and not everyone would be able to fulfill that, so it would feel a little bit weird to say, oh, anyone can come if you're fully geared, right? So like that's why it becomes like a little awkward to discuss. Right then, so there's a bunch of trawlers and a treant. And the treant is starting on the arcane circle, as we can see. Te says, if you run along the edges of the arena with trash, you will surely find it. So, Phil, it's more principle thing. Regular criterion is fairly lenient, so you wouldn't need that much gear. The thing is, if you say anyone can join a group, like actually say anyone, which it would be in that case potentially, then it means that as long as you satisfy the minimum ice mill requirement, which I believe is 640 for the criterion, then you could join. But not everyone who has 640 has the skill to do it in 640 gear, and then you're kind of in this awkward position if you can't do it when you thought you could do it. And you don't want to like kick anyone, right? So like that it's a complicated, like for example with Golbez Extreme, we never came into the as much as the discussion of whether it was a problem, because we didn't even get to see Enrage. So anyone that wanted to join could join, because it was never even a question of whether gear would be a problem. It was basically a skill check at that point. So it's not, I'm not saying that I wouldn't want to bring people, specifically because I wouldn't want to have to say no to anyone. That's why I would be afraid of hosting something like that. It's because I would be afraid of saying no to someone. So Te said, if you run along the edges of the arena with trash, you will surely find it. Hey, Anolana, hope you're doing well. But yeah, that is the reason why I just go, well, I've brought along 3 friends, and we'll see if we can do it. Because then we're not in a situation where it might be someone who's the problem, because I've specifically handpicked the people. I'm the idiot if we can't do it, right? If anyone is, it would be me, because I chose the group. So the thing that confuses me is that we've both been talking about something with the Arcane Circle and a kill order. But these crawlers look identical. Yeah, so the thing is, the tree starts on the Arcane Circle. So I'm wondering if it just has to stay on the circle as we fight. Yeah, the reason why I suddenly switched to Cure is because that means that if there's something weird where we have to get really crafty with the mobs, then we can all stop attacking. I can just spam heal myself. It's pretty handy, that. Do we know if it's the tree that has to stand on the circle? Do we know anything about the solution? Do we know? Because I'd rather not just like completely misunderstand this particular solution. Like, I mean, we can also just have all of the mobs. It's the 4 caterpillars. So the 4 caterpillars have to die on the circle, or what? Or stand on it. Matsuya specifically mentions caterpillars as you approach. I remember that. All 4 must die there to open the path. Oh. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know that it might be a little awkward to like basically just write out the solution because if you say a word too much based on what I want, then you feel like, oh no, I ruined it. But don't worry, if I specifically say is it this, is it that, then I'm not going to get mad if you then tell me, yeah, it is. And if you say a little bit too much, don't worry about it. It's just a game. Like, no one's hurt. It's fine. So, don't worry. If I'm asking and you then accidentally overshare on it, then that's on me. I asked, right? Then in that case, so I think what we will do is I will run up. Don't attack anything. I'll make sure everything is on the Arcane Circle. Do we have to get rid of the treant? Or can it die wherever it wants? Like, does that have to specifically die not on the circle? Or does that not matter? Because I was like, I would just like use Cure to make sure that I can position everything where it needs to. Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, in that case, run up and I'll pull everything. Don't attack. I think now you can probably attack. I'm just not going to move, so hopefully the treant doesn't suddenly meme on me with an AoE that I have to dodge, because I'll just stand still right here. Oh, well, we're getting some feedback now, so that's good. What? Wow. We still didn't get the path. The tree needs to die first. Okay, so it did matter a little bit. Don't worry, Te. Now we know. So, on that note, I think what happened is that it has to die first. Yeah, it got empowered when it was standing there. On that note, how do we get the path that we didn't get? Look for pink flowers. Well, that's my specialty. Except I missed them on our last go. There's some bushes you can walk through on each of these arenas. Not this one though. All right then. There are pink flowers over there. No, that was just perfect comedic timing. There are some bushes you can walk through on each of these arenas. Except this one. Except specifically this one. But yeah, I don't get that, like, I don't get that mad about spoilers. Then, like, for example, with Final Fantasy XIV story stuff, the kind of stories that I absolutely don't want to get spoiled about, I do quickly, so that I don't have to worry about it, because I don't want to worry about it. So it's the same here when we do the variant dungeon. If someone accidentally spoils the solution, then, I mean, there we go then. If I'm really quick to spot it, then I might just not finish reading it. Or I'll just go, oh, well, now I know the solution, so now the rest of the team has to figure it out instead. And then we take it from there. And that was very, very nicely hidden. So, like, there's a bunch of ways we can go about it, so it's no worries. Like, I appreciate that people are careful about spoilers, absolutely. I just don't want people to be like, I know what he's asking, but I don't want to risk telling the wrong thing, and then he's suddenly really mad at me. Was that it? I did see the armadillos. Was that it? Get out your dyes, make them pink. Yeah, just splash all over the flowers. Look, I made pink flowers. I love those chunky armadillos. When I filled out my island sanctuary at first, when I wasn't particularly interested in optimizing it, I actually got like 20 of the armadillo creatures. Just like perfect. I got like 3 or 4 big ones, and then just the rest were like small armadillos. Like perfect. Exactly the way I like it. I think they're very cute. I've since changed my island sanctuary to be more optimized. But I'm sure it would have been funny to see you just visit a specific, one of your friend's islands, and it's just like, why does he have 20 armadillos? There's 2 sets. Nice. Very nice. Hey, no, that means you also learned something, Te. Not something that you actually needed to know, but now you also learned that it's apparently very important that you don't kill the treant first. I'm guessing that the reason is that when all 4 crawlers get like activate the arcane circle, it like releases some sort of magic energy that is supposed to like grow something, but because there's a living treant right there, it just goes, why thank you, and just now you have to deal with that. So it makes sense. The explanation for the arcane circle will be in the journal entry from this path. Oh, interesting. Nom. So that is like that surprise with the tree there was exactly like the kind of things that are the reason why I like to try and seek out the more obscure solutions first, because then it means that we have a backup if we mess it up. Me too, Anolana. Very much interested to see what comes instead. I really like this mechanic, by the way. It reminds me of a little bit of the mechanic from Hell's Lit with the turtle. But there's like a little bit more to it, especially the second time the boss brings out this mechanic here. It's gonna be here, I'm pretty sure. Analysis. This is a very weird looking Lala. Remember, open side towards the boss. Like in the Evilise raid. Oh. This mechanic wasn't here last time. Oh boy. It do be donuts. It's raining donuts. Very nice. Kowalski analysis. I'm pretty sure this is right. Don't worry about it, Emir. I got it wrong the first time as well. It is like the turn mechanic on this boss is quite confusing to me. This also turns. Remember, it turns the mechanic and not you. Very well done. As I recall, the last time we did this boss, we almost we were down to almost wiping, it felt like. The excess many turn mechanics can be resolved by standing in the boss and adjusting at the last second. The thing where it is 1/4 of the arena that isn't getting attacked, that one I think you can cheese it like that. The other mechanics, I'm pretty sure that by the time it actually resolves, it's too late. I'm pretty sure it has already snapshotted that you messed it up. But I haven't tested. Tells us, oh yeah, that ending explains the circle. Then it has its share of magnificent trees. Just skimming through it. It's just so much. It would, one of which would extract the ether from slain animals and redirect its flow to the surrounding flora, and that explains why the tree went bazinga when we when it was standing on it, because it's technically nearby flora. Right, so next one. But yeah, I think it's a very, very nice attention to detail that if you don't move the tree out of the way, then that messes up the puzzle instead. It's not evil, it's just that they're being consistent. I think that's actually a good thing. So this time we go middle again, do the arcane circle correctly this time, and then we figure out that there's 2 paths that we can use when we get the arcane circle correctly. Regarding dealing with the treant, of course, the simplest way to... Oh, finally we agree on something, Matsia. We can either do it by just very carefully single target nuking it down and just fixing it like that, or we have one person we can have one person just move the treant away from the rest of the pack, but I think generally it's just a good idea if we make sure that the treant dies first, so that it's not even an option that the order was important. Hey Bondi, hope you're doing well. 3 extra fireworks, what's up? So many magic prisms, indeed. Yeah, I think the safest way is to just get rid of the treant altogether and then do the then deal with the puzzle. It's just the safer way. Tentacles. Hello. And thank you. Is it that clean? I feel like there was a time where I had most of my stuff in just a quarter of the inventory, so I feel like I'm not doing as well. You're doing the bean grind. Oh. Have you gotten a lot of wins yet, Bondi? Well, tentacles. I have a friend who often only has like 3 or 4 item slots open. So there's always someone worse. Unless, of course, you're going to tell me that you don't have any inventory slots. Fells, is that friend me? It could be you, but I was actually thinking of Sid. It's extra funny because it's pretty regular that he's like, oh, whoops, I didn't have any inventory space, and then some loot he would have gotten, he just doesn't. And I regularly talk with him about cleaning his inventory, and just doesn't. It's fine. But it's quite funny. Bundy says, I've lost like 8 ulti totems throughout my life to a full inventory. Wow! Wow! That's incredible. That's actually incredible. I think I would be genuinely furious if I lost something like that because I didn't have inventory space for it specifically. That would be really annoying. Let's say I have between 1 full page to half a page of space on average. That's still pretty good, I would say. Like, that's still on the surprisingly on the nicer side. At least as far as I know. But I also put a lot of effort into making sure that my inventory is kind of clean. That I have the space to just go, you go there. But I really should clean up my inventory soon. I really should. It could be cleaner. Imagine remembering to use Spirit Dart. Could you imagine? Imagine a world where you don't forget to use Spirit Dart. In a world. It's like my nemesis when I do variant dungeons is I always forget to refresh the Spirit Dart. The moment the boss does something interesting, I just mess it up completely. And oh yeah, now I realize they're both pushing in the same direction. Didn't the first variant dungeon have a mechanic exactly like that as well? Bondi said I had 34 wins. That's wild. I have 1. That's pretty huge. I hope you're still having fun with it and it isn't just I'm in too deep. I have to finish now. You're not having fun. I just want the title. Well, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Uh-oh. Now we can just cleave these down. It should be fine. We are on the right spot. But yeah, actually, Bondi, I think I said that on the day where we did the Fall Guys stuff on stream, that I wasn't even going to start on getting invested in this. Oh, nice. Because like if I started getting a bunch of wins, then and then I like went, oh, maybe I should like try to get the 100 wins. Then long before I would finish, I would stop having fun. But then I would feel like I have to continue because I'm already in so deep. So I didn't even want to stop. I didn't even want to try. I don't know if the 2 paths that we've been talking about on this way is like a decision we have to make, or if it's just 2 paths. Yeah, exactly, Bondi. Like, on day 1, I somewhat consistently got to round 3. So it was literally just, I only won 1 of like, I think I got to round 3 10 times, or something to that effect. But it's basically like, I would not enjoy trying to farm those 100 wins, so I'd rather just give up before I start. Oh! I'm guessing that the decision we have to make is whether we stop her or not. Is that right? Right. Then we know how to get it the next time. I just decided to stop her so that that we've tried that one. I was curious whether it was some sort of weird DPS check. It didn't seem to be. You just had to hit her like once. It's being mean to Makote profitable. Here we go again. That sounds, Bondi, what that sounds like to me. Oh, it is profitable. That sounds to me like a permanently lost inventory slot. In that case, I think we'll do this path one more time to get like the alternative solution. And then we will explore the secret path. Oh, don't worry, Anolana. It's only profitable to be mean against mean Mikotes. That Mikote we hit before is a bad guy. And not in the Wreck-It Ralph kind of bad guy. Just because you're a bad guy doesn't mean that you are a bad guy. Or something like that. Exactly, as Fel says, a mean Kote. Here. Uh-oh. The Rigadin. Let's see, he shows up in the right path. So I guess he will show up in the secret path. Oh. Chase Aries? No. I didn't mean to also use Rampart there. That was a misclick. But hey. Don't worry about it, Aradel. You'll get it. It is one of the more confusing mechanics. Mean Kote. And then there's also when you're trying to be, when you're a funny Mikoto, then you're actually a meme Kote. So not to be confused with a mean Kote. Almost the same thing. That variant mechanic was very easy, by the way. Ooh, 2 very slow chase markers. Bundy says I'm trying to pace myself at 10 a day, but even that is rough. So 10 wins a day or 10 attempts a day? Because 10 wins a day sounds very daunting, because that would mean that if you're having like a bad day, then you're kind of stuck. I'm guessing it's this solution then that tells us the bird statue thing. Right, so assuming everything goes well, we have 2 runs left. Ymir? So we single target down the Treant, then we kill the crawlers on the Arcane Circle, then we go up to the area with where the mean Kote appears, and then we just don't hurt her. Like actually, I'll like pull the mobs as far away from her as possible, and preferably just like maybe just don't attack. And just let her do her thing so that we don't risk accidentally hitting her with something. Like even though it seemed like it was like you had to go out of our way to actually hit her, I just don't want to risk it. So we just like let her do her stuff for a little bit. And then when we get that solution done, then I'm pretty sure we have everything we need for the secret solution. Wins. It's because I don't have many days that I have the free time to grind super hard, so I want to maximize those days. That's fair. That makes sense. I just feel like it would be very, very daunting because like if you just like because it feels like there is like a random element to it. Even if it's like the thing is who you're getting paired with, the other 7 players in the final round might be luckier or something like with their position. As we talked about on day 1, there's a potential that a specific player just happens to have the best spot at the start of the round. And nothing you can do about it if that's true. So if you just repeatedly just are not lucky, that can be, like, I could imagine that would be incredibly taxing eventually. I don't know how long it takes you to get 10 wins, but as you said, it takes like 6 minutes, so it would take you an hour, assuming that you win every single go. So at minimum 1 hour, and then it depends on your win rate. Back when I was working on getting Crystal rank in the first season of Crystalline Conflict, I had like a minimum requirement of playing 10 matches. Not 10 wins, just 10 matches, because the thing is, if you're losing repeatedly, then you're just going to tilt and lose more if you feel like you have to keep going. There's also the chance that someone could cheat, that's also true, and that certainly wouldn't help mentally, would it? But specifically to avoid tilting like that and wasting more time, I just would say 10 matches, and then if I was feeling it, like I was having a good day or something, maybe I'd do more, but at most 10 matches were required. Similarly, because you only have that long. If you slack too much, then you're not gonna get it. James says, I've been wondering if I should have Aloalo Island be my first Criterion dungeon once I do all the paths. That's entirely up to you. Aloalo Island would be my first Criterion dungeon, but we decided as a team that it made more sense to try that one first, since it is the new one that is new right now. We can always turn back around and try the other ones later, right? If a Mikote says something important, is that a Mikwote? Yes. Me quote that. Now that's a good one. Me quote. I love me some puns. I could, like, the way that I'm picturing it myself, Bondi, because I have not seen anything. Like, we have actually made the agreement in the group that we're not going to be looking up guides or, like, check out all the boss mechanics beforehand or something. We're going to see if, like, how far we can, like, if we can figure out some stuff without a guide before we do anything. So I don't actually know what they look like in the Savage version, and not the Savage version, the Criterion version, sorry. And I don't think I will before we see it live on Sunday. But I do have the ability to like picture maybe how some of the mechanics might be like expanded upon in an extreme difficulty variant. It's whoops. Look where you're going, Kai. I'm just blindly doing this crazy mechanic, and then I get hit. A misconception. Yeah, I think it works. I think it works, James. I'll take it. I'll take it. Misconception. I can guarantee you that whatever you're picturing is incorrect. I mean, I haven't told you what I'm picturing. Like, for example, we saw the fish, and it has this mechanic where it puts things in bubbles. And I would guess that that plays a prominent part in the Criterion version. Have a clamp to be clever. Just getting aggro here. Remember a single target. A cat girl that really likes Nintendo is a me code. Haha. Nice one, Phil. I am expecting that the Criterion is going to be really hard. I'm like, on Sunday we're not expecting to go in and win. We're just going to go in and have fun. And see how far we can get. Like if we were going in planning to win, then I would probably had planned to watch guides. But it would be very interesting to see how difficult it is. Not the Savage version, just Criterion itself. Given that there's 2 difficulties. Right, so I'm going to pull the mobs away from the mean Kote. Let's just let her do her thing, right? Just very careful, maybe not even attack until she's finished, because I'd rather not risk it. She really took her time. Now we cleave. I've also heard that it's hard. As like to my understanding, from what I've heard, regular Criterion, so the like just Criterion is at around somewhere between Extreme and Savage, according to what I've heard. But Criterion Savage, I've heard some claim is like between Savage and Ultimate difficulty, and between, of course, means it's harder than Savage, but easier than an Ultimate, possibly. Yeah, so that's what I have to work with. Phil says it's savage-ish mechanically, but forgiving in terms of DPS. I think that's pretty good. Oh, whoops. I forgot to switch to the to raise. Well, I mean, Bondi, exactly the same mechanic, but with a harsher punishment is also a way to make a mechanic practically more difficult. Because it means you have to do it perfectly. But fair enough. Yeah, that's also what I heard, is that because the encounters are shorter, because it's like a dungeon rather than a raid. But I think it's more fun when it's less about a perfect DPS check and more about like nice execution of mechanics. And often they can like enforce this more cleanly if they can prevent you from having infinite raises, right? If you don't have infinite raises, then they just need as an encounter designer, it becomes about what do I need to do to get you before the before you meet the DPS check. Whereas if you can raise infinite amounts of times, then a very lenient DPS check becomes a lot a lot easier to handle, because you can just keep resing. Yeah, I suppose that's right, James. If you don't get to raise at all after you die on Savage, that's a lot harsher, because on just regular Criterion, I believe you like get raises whenever you've completed certain sections. So like every so often you get like a new go, so to speak, as far as I understand. Uh-oh. I've just been told that the one raise per person on regular Criterion is reset every so often, like checkpoints, so to speak. But I guess we'll see. Ah! Yeah, the you do it or you die kind of idea. I remember that also was kind of also there in Deliberate Regine Savage, right? In a similar way. Yeah, this is the one. Since I've seen people complaining that Criterion Savage is too hard. Oh my goodness. Which one is it? That was the same with the Deliberate Regine Savage. Technically, like if you needed everyone alive, then if someone died and was out, then you had to start over. Where the branches were thickest, I wondered if I might spy a bird like Kalika perched upon them. I kept looking up, but I spied no sparrows flitting throughout the canopy. When Kalika heard this story from Matsuya, he proudly exclaimed that he was unlike any other sparrow in the world. Although his less talkative brethren are a common sight in Thavnir, they were revered by the inhabitants of Aloalo. Seeking to deepen my bond with the loquacious bird, I asked Kalika if there were any rituals performed or prayers offered in his kin's honor. While Kalika was uncharacteristically reluctant to teach me, he acquiesced after some prodding. I have recorded his instructions here so as to not forget. Where Aloalo's deities lie in wait, one must stand before the figure of the sparrow and chant? O dancer of the skies, hear me. Then they must prove their sincerity by blowing it a kiss. After that, the faithful faithful should circle its perch, passing both the turtle and the whale ere returning to the sagely sparrow, and performing for the sprightly dance. That's clockwise. And then slash dance again. Thus securing the sparrow's favor. After learning this, I blew a kiss to Kalika. In response, he sighed deeply and turned his back to me. My heart sank, and it was then I realized just how much I had come to care about him. I want only for Kalika to be comfortable and safe. Perhaps I should put more effort into the meals I prepare, or would blowing him more kisses win his favor. Or perhaps... The following musings contain no pertinent information for those who would brave Aloalo. Oh, okay, harsh, but okay then. Right, so we have everything. Yeah, I think it's a fair argument. I think it was a fair argument that people said the difficulty doesn't match the reward. I agree with that. I thought, like, I've brought this up many times before. I thought it was a shame that some players said, this is fun, I enjoy this. Shame that the reward isn't good enough. Because that's the classic, right? The MMORPG classic. Oh, I don't want to do the content because the reward isn't good enough. But I do agree that the reward should be appropriate for really difficult content. And exactly, Bondi, it's a classic. MMO players need a reason to do content, and it's not the only time we've seen it. Where content is like tossed aside because it is like it's ironic, and there's something I've talked about like many times at this point, is that the reason why people complain when content like they don't enjoy gives good rewards is because they think it's mandatory. When content that they do enjoy don't give good rewards, they complain because it isn't mandatory, essentially. So like the developers need to find like the middle ground. How do they give players an appropriate reward for a Criterion Savage without making players say, I hate this, why is it mandatory? They do that by making the reward irrelevant for anyone that can actually, like, by making it irrelevant to grind for, but worthwhile if you don't need it. Like, that sounds really backwards, but those glowing weapons, as far as I understand, most players that can get them, like that have the gear required and the skill required, probably already has 665 weapons. So it's not an upgrade. So the only reason they'd get it is because, oh, I want this weapon. And then some players, you know, what happened when P12S it came out, that the mount is an axolotl, and people were like, why do you give cute mounts for difficult content? Don't do that. Like, that's the same thing. That's just players looking at Savage content and going, why is this mandatory? Because that's how they view it. If they want a mount that comes from Savage, then Savage is now mandatory, right? It's really, really weird. Something that you should keep in mind, James, is that those glowing 665 weapons from Criterion Savage, you need the 660 version of the weapon, and you need to do P11S to get that at this very moment. So that's kind of what I mean by saying the people that can get this weapon probably don't need it. Monty says, I like how they added another version of the Toem weapons, but didn't fix the name swaps of the Black Mage and Red Mage weapons typo. That's pretty funny. Maybe they're just banking on people forgetting. The fortunate thing is that as Final Fantasy XIV has always been, eventually the the hard savage encounters will become easier by unsynced means, so they won't always be completely out of reach. Hey Coco, hope you're doing well. Any cool drip? There's an outfit. There's a fun emote. There's a hairstyle. The shoes from this are Crocs. Well, I don't know. That sounds like a win, like another one in the win column. Andy says, there's no reason Criterion Savage can't just give you a weapon, but I think Square's terrified of giving us ways to get biz outside of Raid after Diadem. As I said, if Criterion Savage actually gave you a potential alternative path to gear upgrades, there would be people saying, as I said, ugh, why is this mandatory? As they've done with Eureka when it was current, and as they did with Bozja when it was current. And yet, not the weapons, the armors, and then later the weapons. Even if Bozja offered other means, there were players that said, why is this mandatory? Because it was a potential avenue for gear upgrades. Even if it was completely irrelevant for a Savage Raider, people still somehow found a reason to complain about it. So I'm not surprised that the developers are a little scared of giving alternative ways to get any remotely significant equipment, because people get mad about it when it's actually good gear, and they get mad about it when there isn't any. Pretty funny, that. I didn't check them myself, Coco, but I'll take Bundy's word for it on the Crocs. Yeah, my point is that if like I've talked about this before, if you're going into Savage because you want glamour, or because you want gear upgrades, but not because you want to do Savage content, then you're not going to enjoy it. So if you're doing it for other reasons than Savage raiding, then it's probably better to just wait until it is a little easier to do, so that you don't sour yourself on the game because of that. Right, the Konewi. And that is also very true, James. You can't please everyone. That's an unfortunate reality. And the thing is, I think the reason why this happens, that people that these complaints might be heard, is also in a way because the people that are not complaining are the people that actually might benefit the most from this difficult content actually giving like upgrades. Like, the people that say it's annoying that content give upgrades because now they have to do it are the people that do content because it gives gear upgrades, not because they want to do the content. Like, in general, as far as I know at least. So That means that the people that would actually, like, and the people that would actually want all this, like these gear upgrades, and will put them to good use, are just silently dealing with it if it's there, and just not dealing with it if it's not there. Like, who benefits from the Criterion Savage weapons? Not very many players, not practically, just cosmetically. Bondi says, fun fact, after the next week, 2 entire WoW raid tiers will have come out since I got my first Savage best installed, and gear is still locked. Well, that is unfortunately just how it be. I will talk with Statice. That's just how it is. The patch cadence of Final Fantasy XIV just isn't in the same as in World of Warcraft. And I also just want to mention that it's very easy to point to WoW and go, look, they were doing raid tiers quicker, because there has been a time when, like, so the longest raid tier World of Warcraft had that was over a year. I guess Final Fantasy XIV will by proxy end up having this raid tier be the final raid tier for over a year. But the thing is that in the case of World of Warcraft, they don't add other stuff to, like, to pass the time with in between, like this. If a raid tier is a year long in World of Warcraft terms, then it meant, at least back in the day, that was the thing you were doing for a year. Here we at least have other stuff. But yeah, absolutely, Bondi. If you think that it looks that it looks or sounds interesting, try World of Warcraft. Like, I know a lot of people say that World of Warcraft is really good for its rating in general, like the general aspect. We can just skip this. Like the general aspects of, I don't know. The general aspects of rating is better in World of Warcraft because it's not just 4 incredible bosses and maybe an ultimate or something, and then that's it. There's a lot more to work with. Oh, whoops. Wrong statue. Let me try that again. Phil says there's one more pause after this, so don't rush ahead too much. Fair enough. Arcane Mage, when I played, is the most fun I've had with an MMO class since Stormblood. Well, I mean, Arcane Mage is like a very, very, like, it's considered very similar to Black Mage in a lot of aspects. Oop. Right, so don't rush ahead. Well, the similarity, Bondi, is that Arcane Mage just has a very, very concentrated burst, and then a very long conservation phase, whereas Black Mage has a very short conservation phase and a very long burst. There's an extra Advil shop here that we have to kill. If Stormblood Machinist was a caster, I suppose so. You could say that in a way. I just personally, as someone who played Arcane Mage ages ago, back in Wrath of the Lich King, actually, that's my closest reference point. But back then, absolutely, that would match with like a comparison of Black Mage. Although the amount of time you spent bursting and the amount of time you spent not bursting was flipped. I can't see him. Focus your attacks. Yeah, based on what that looked like, I don't think that it mattered which order we killed them in, because it seemed like he was staying to fight us. But better safe than sorry. I also don't know how this would somehow lead us back. Oh, there's more. Oh, don't do anything. So bird first. Well, sparrow first. And then whale. Is Aradel coming? More loot. But first, cutscene. It's a giant Lalafell. It's a giant white mage Lalafell. It's Zip! It's a giant Zip! Surprise! You thought that's the real reason why he's not in the group today. It's because he was here all along. He was waiting for me. Long lost light. Oh. summoning right. Not to be confused with summoning wrong. Oh, life flourish. Do they become... Do some of them become bigger? Yes. So Caps, well, we're doing a variant dungeon. It's content where everyone can take a heal. So... maybe a little bit unfair. I'm actually pretty confident any tank would be able to do it without a healer here. But I get where you're what you're going for. Also, I hope you're doing well, Sakep. Oh. I'm not sure what to do with this. They explode, I'm guessing. Land wave. I'm pretty sure that's a Flatus Misery animation, actually, so... oh. Well, that is pretty. Oh. That makes sense. I will say, however, that if I was playing, like, Dark Knight here instead of Warrior, I would probably be bringing Variant Cure instead of just going Raise Spirit Dart. I don't really need it as a Warrior. Somehow the giant Lalafell became even bigger. You guys probably have to start using that variant cure. A variant dungeon is a new piece of content that they've added in Endwalker. There's 3 of them, and it's basically, I would say it's slightly harder than a normal dungeon, but it's like, the way the difficulty is made is like, similar to a deep dungeon like Palace of the Dead, in the way that you don't need a tank or a healer necessarily. Oh, I got the card! Excellent. So that one is optional, because they give you the tools needed to get by without. And the unique thing about variant dungeons is that they have 12 solutions, and you just caught us completing the extra 12th secret solution, so to speak, where it's like an extra bonus secret boss. It's only secret in the way that you will not meet this boss unless you know the trick. Whereas all other solutions lead to one of 3 bosses. Variant dungeons also have like a harder difficulty version called Criterion dungeons. This has all been to help the elephant fish? No, not exactly. We had to clean out the island of predators. And the main motivation for Matsuya to keep coming back was mainly to fish. Instead of squall, it's taught from accounting. Oh yeah, and that's true. He specifically wants to get a very special fish as a gift for Nidana. Aerodel, are you sure you don't want to do the new emote with the rest of us on the G-pose? Or did you not get it? Just gonna check something. Does that remove the poof of spell effects? It does not. Perfect. I just didn't want my my beast gauge swirl to be on the picture. Ta-da! Perfect! Yeah, you know, I do seem very short next to these ladies. The tiny tank next to the DPS squad. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that there's like some sort of like follow-up quest if it when you've done everything. But I guess that it's back in Thavnair. Not sure if it would be in Jedlimard or in Great Works, so we can just go to Jedlimard. It's part of her charm. Small and deadly. Not as small as Small Kai, but still small. And weirdly, to everyone's surprise, the Small Kai is actually deadlier somehow. Somehow. It's taught from account. I love I love the taught from accounting situation they've got going in the Stormblood duty support. It's like we have the Warrior of Light, we have Hien, we have Lys, and some local shaman, I guess. We have the Warrior of Light, Yugiri. Oh, and it's actually even funnier. Then we have like just 2 randos. Small Kai studied the blade. Actually, Small Kai does not know how to use a blade. She knows how to use a spear. But she doesn't actually know how to use a blade. Weirdly.
Kaitsu, good tidings. We have uncovered the true nature of the fish Master Matsuya brought back from the shrine on Aloalo. Though, having said we, I must admit that Pasazun deserves the lion's share of the credit, but he would never have been in position to do so had I not risked life and limb to set these events in motion. Wow. Anyway, he unearthed an ancient document which makes mention of the fish, and for this accomplishment, we are now better informed.
Oh, do my ears deceive me? Praise from the beak of the exalted Kalika? I'm surprised you even remembered my name.
I give thanks when it's due. But this is all beside the point. Upon learning of this fish's properties, Master Matsuya realized that one other than Mistress Nidana has greater need of it. Moreover, he desires that you be there for the presentation. And since fate has placed you before us, what better time to hand over the fish than this very moment? I shall inform Master Matsuya of your arrival. Where does that Palaka stand, Kaitsu?
Oh boy, wait at the designated location. Let's just, you can just teleport there. I don't trust, James says, I don't trust a single Lalafell I meet. There's secretly savage monsters behind that innocent smile. Small Kai is not savage. She's just hungry. All the time. Hey, Gleaming. Exactly. Oh, my favorite. Wait at the designated location. I'm a master of that. Thank you for meeting us, Kaitsu. I apologize for making you wait, but we had good reason. Womp womp. A rock.
Ow!
These 3 were lying in wait for us on the road. Couldn't let bygones be bygones, it seems. Fortunately, the Radiant host intervened before anyone came to harm. That's alright, Gleaming. I think we're also like... we're near the end of this project. But thank you for checking in. I hope you enjoy.
It's not a boulder! It's a rock! I said ow!
Yeah, and?
Wait, you were the one that fought that massive statue. We swooped in to snatch the jewel after you took your leave, but then the bleeding bugger got up and attacked, all because you hadn't finished the job.
Sucks.
But you sure didn't pull your punches when you trounced our poor minion, did you? Do you know how long Vesprim spent with his nose buried in dusty tomes just so he could learn how to control it? So much wasted effort.
Sorry for all the trouble. There were writings in the ruins that detailed rituals. Incredibly complex magics unlike anything I'd ever seen, and my curiosity got the better of me. I feel like he is not that bad of a guy. Keep walking. I don't want to hear another word out of you lot until we reach the capital. Unfortunately, the Regadence book clips his clothes.
Well, whatever punishment is to be meted out, it will be well deserved. The speaker must have sensed their ill intent and rose to defend the duel. What's so special about that jewel? I'm afraid I know little more than you. Though I am sworn to serve, the speaker does not deign to share with me its secrets. I can tell you only of legends passed down through generations, of biting frost that turned seas to ice, which drove the speaker's makers to go forth in search of a haven where light shone bright. Those who came long after Aloalo, where life had weathered the ancient rime, at the island's heart was the speaker, its jewel flawless and radiant. 'Twas a wellspring of vitality, they believed, and all who settled upon Aloalo came to revere the ancient boulders and their enduring legacy. Under the speaker's auspices, the people of Aloalo lived in peace for thousands of years, until the day Flame and Ash rose from the water and forced them to flee.
And they were Lalafels, apparently. Just how old are you, Kalika? You speak of eras so ancient that they are as myth to us.
Your guess is as good as mine, Master Matsia. I remember well when the island was bustling and vibrant, its inhabitants dedicated to esoteric equations and other cultural pursuits. Some even attempted to unravel the mysteries of the speaker and its jewel. I was born in the great shrine, this much I know. When the people found me, I spoke to them in their tongue. They were beside themselves in disbelief. Thus was I deemed the speaker's servant. Why can I speak? Well, having given it much thought, I can only surmise that the jewel is the reason. But enough about me, Master Matsia. Tell Katsu what we learned of the fish you plucked from the shrine's waters.
Would be funny if this was something leading to Tyrol, yeah. Kalika told me that the fish from the shrine were given to the island's younglings to help them grow hale and hardy. At first, I was unsure if that was merely a custom, or if there was actually something special about them. Pasasun found the answer. He unearthed ancient records detailing the fish's medicinal properties, namely its ability to bolster the body's defenses against all manner of illness. When I heard this, I knew that as much as I wanted to deliver a gift to Nidana, there was another in far greater need. I speak of the child we rescued during the final days, Vasti, daughter of Kerasaf and Mewan. Long had I wanted to gift the child one of my catches, but young stomachs are sensitive. This, however, is exactly what she needs. Without you watching over me, I would never have been able to venture so deep into the island's heart. So allow me to thank you once again for answering our plea, Katsu.
Of course, I owe you my thanks as well, but I will save them until after the child has been fed. We shall speak again in Jetlimard.
And now I must deliver Vasti's meal. I've made a dish fit for a child's delicate constitution, and I'd best hurry before it gets cold. That giant fish? Have you cooked that into a single meal for a child? Yeah, that cutscene was really good. The one with Vasti. That's one where you're really rooting for Matsuya, right?
There you are, Kaitsu. You will be pleased to know that Vashti quite enjoyed Master Matsuya's dish. I can think of no better note on which to end the day. On behalf of all peoples of Aloalo, past, present, and future, I commend your bravery. The island's fortunes are bright, and Master Matsuya is in high spirits. No matter the era of the culture, I believe it is customary to give gifts to those to whom you are indebted. Rest assured, I do not intend to shirk this custom. There were more than enough fish left over to prepare another fine meal, and so, with Pasasun to handle the more laborious tasks, together we did just that. It's a local favorite quite similar to a traditional delicacy of Aloalo. May it give you a new appreciation for the island cultures of these fair seas, from our homes to your lips.
Oh boy! Wow! Wild! Thanks. Sparrow's Harmony. Oh, and also this. This mischief-loving fairy was originally companion to a scholar, but her ether refused to disperse in the wake of her master's death. After enduring her dull existence for long years, she found in you someone who could provide her with excitement, and thus did she weave an avatar of herself to join you on adventures. So it says this whistle emits a playful tone that brings spectral statice fluttering to your side. That is true. That is the closest we get to actually just having a mount where we just sprout wings and fly. We call upon someone who has wings to carry us. How do you carry? How do you carry me like this? How is it that easy? How about the hidden quote when you hover over her preview? Oops. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. Felice. Well, there you go. Well, we certainly got the most help with the arcane circle puzzle. I felt like that was the one that like we really needed some assistance on. In retrospect, we also discovered that supposedly the answer to the arcane circle came after the one with the bushes, which also we might not have found without help. But I feel like we actually got the secret puzzle somewhat without too much like help once we had figured out what like where the information was kind of like to be looked for. I feel like this was a pretty great success. Friendship ended with Faerul. Now Statis is my best friend or something. Basically, oops. I like what actually happens is that when you've used Statis as your mount for too long, what happens is that Faerul just comes in and just swats you off her and just takes over. She's mine. Bam. Yeah, that was basically what we planned. It took... Well, I didn't know how long it would take. I believe it took... Well, actually, no. I believe last time we did a variant dungeon, we started 3 hours later. So I don't think it actually took longer. It's just that we started earlier, so it like we didn't go way into the night. But yeah, that was that, as they said. Thank you, Tay. Yeah, about 5.5 hours exactly. When I started on this, I was like thinking, well, if it takes around 15 minutes, then like per run, then we can get it in around 3 hours. But then we also had some time in between tries, and I think on average, like with 5.5 hours, that like becomes closer to closer to, but not half an hour per try, including downtime between and the start and all that. I think that's pretty good, and that explains a lot, because I do remember that on day 1, people had already discovered all of the solutions and mapped them out within like 3 or 4, maybe 5 hours of the servers going up. So that not too surprising knowing what we know now, I feel. Now we just need a mount with Feoul carrying us or giving us a piggyback ride. You know, I think it would be especially funny if she's like, you know, holding like without legs between her arms like that. And like, I think that would be the funniest version. Although she would probably do something more graceful than that. Right, so with that said, if you enjoyed this stream, remember that there is a community Discord server where you will find a bunch of these wonderful people that you'll see in the chat right here. You'll also find me. You'll also find a weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on the channel throughout the week. It gets updated about around every Sunday or Monday. Exactly, a princess carry. Also for the men. And you will also find an announcement room where I usually post when there is a new stream or a new video coming out, whatever it is. There's a link there. It usually shows up there first. And there's a role assignment room where, among other things, you can choose the reminder role, which means that I will give you a little notification whenever I post these things, or or shortly before something time sensitive like a stream or video premiere, I give like a little reminder we're starting now. So yeah, join if you think it would be fun. There's a lot of wonderful people there. And if you did in fact find this stream enjoyable, interesting to watch, it would help me a lot if you like the video in like the YouTube stuff with the thumbs up thing, because that tells YouTube that this was an enjoyable stream and other people should watch it. So thank you so much in advance. Yeah. On Thursday, we will be continuing the solo challenge stream, which I believe we are going into Alamigo. And yeah, there's tons of other stuff coming throughout the week. Actually, we have something every day, up to and including Sunday. So I hope you will enjoy all of that. And of course, for those that didn't get the entire stream, remember that these are always saved as VODs. If you wanted to see the beginning, you can always see them later. I think that's everything. Phil just yeets you to your destination. You just happen to know where you're going. That's actually how we get the flying mount. She just like grabs you and throws you with magic. So you just like, she makes the most incredible curve throw in existence that can include you stopping in the middle in the air and all that stuff. That would be funny. Now, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.